each moon goes full, each moon will correspond to different types of were creatures. It's not really the campaign where that matters, but it's a fun note. Okay, fantastic. So, roughly let's say 4:30 p.m. on the 11th here, just to give myself a baseline for how much time is going to be passing. All right. Xanon and his siblings have had some time to converse, kind of have a brief sort of catching up moment, and got some information. Xanon and Beatrix got into, well, maybe or maybe not a well-deserved scuffle, kind of one-sided, admittedly, as Beatrix felt the need to beat into him. That said, that is pretty much, if I remember correctly, around where we had left off. We were going to jump into what precisely next? We were going to jump into...
We're not leaving right away, are we?
I mean, I wouldn't think immediately. You guys are going to either subtly or not so much kind of intervene in a trafficking operation. So.
Gotcha.
So is this the 11th or 12th Vaticanist?
This is the 11th.
I'm ready when you are.
Yeah, this one day has stretched a couple of sessions. Just because
so
of...
is it Jorash still?
So right now on the 11th, it is actually the day of the week called Griseldis. Jorash is the sort of end of the week. Sure, let me just copy paste it for you.
We did send a link. Sorry.
It's all good. I realize I actually fucked something up with the way that the map operates.
Which map?
The moon phases actually will have kind of reoriented themselves this year. Let me just actually...
Yeah, they have a orientation.
Let's plug that in. Just to make sure everything is proper.
There he is.
Oh, progressing the years forward with the arrow buttons actually erases all the holidays.
So,
Good to know.
I have a question.
That's a weakness with the map. Go right ahead.
What are we trying to do? Are we trying to get the map or the monthly calendar?
Just the calendar, which actually there's another side I can program the calendar into, but I'll do that later.
Can we work on that out of session?
Like I said, I'll do that
That'll be
later.
good. Okay.
So, as we pick things up, excuse me, as we pick things up, and Neseo, Angel, Venestra, and Amira, and all of them are kind of prepping to go ahead and go off to deal with some things.
Angel
wait,
is
sorry.
not able to go
Oh, Angel's
because she
not.
has to stay currently in her position. That's why she asked Vanessa to go.
Right, I read Amira and then Bring said Angel. Okay, well, as they're going to go ahead and prep to get started with some things, Avery, you come out of your T-posed stupor, feeling suddenly movement in your muscles in your room, first off a couple of sensations. Much stronger presence of that familiar psychic energy in Eldoria, being notably present in the building. Second of all, having been locked into T-posed phase for well over half the day, you feel quite hungry.
God. I look around to see what the movement is. I'm assuming immediately that it's Ike.
Yeah. Whom has apparently taken the time to bathe and clothe you even through your T-posed state. As much as I like to see you naked, you got a busy day ahead.
So it seems.
She pecks you on the lips. You can be cutesy with me later. Now, in the meantime, you are going commando. Keep that in mind. I already ate breakfast, been waiting on lunch since you seemed like you were stirring, so you want to go get some food with me?
Yes, please. I'm so starving.
Fantastic. And even though you see her hands plainly out at her sides, you do feel a small slap on your ass as she walks with you. Just barely seeing the dissipating trailings of a mage hand. All
I'll
right.
get you back later, don't worry.
I'm sure you will. Making your way down to the kitchen dining area, which again is for the most part isolated to, family and family adjacent members of, this castle, and kind of separated from the tavern. While most everybody else is off kind of doing their own thing, you do manage to gather together food and get pretty quickly what you need to go ahead and recharge, of course, for the day. So with that in mind, what is your sort of next immediate course of action? Going and kind of pursuing that psychic presence, getting back to some projects, going and finding one of your, I guess, friends at this point. A few options are ahead of you.
What do I see in the eating area around me?
For the most part, there's nobody back here except for a few of course, some of the halfling cooking staff, kind of just taking some sort of mid-shift meals to themselves. Everybody else seems sort of various states of occupied. It's kind of notably absent the presence of a lot of your other party members.
And that being the case, I'll try to trace down that psychic presence.
All right. Simple enough as you make your way out to just sort of the normal quartering halls. You find one of the many reserved kind of guest doorways. A lot of people kind of filter in and out of this place, with rooms being sort of generated off the cuff in a lot of cases by, of course, the castle dragon thing that this place is.
Sorry, I'm trying to take notes. I'll get on to me.
It's all good. I appreciate it. And I'd say, notably, just kind of with that ambient sort of psychic connection. You can feel, I mean, obviously the presence feels warm. It does feel, however, tired, old. There is a twinge of sort of sadness that is buried in a very practiced sense, kind of just carefully fluting through that sort of psychic tone. All right. Do you knock on the door? Plainly open it? What do you do?
Not good. I think I'll just knock.
Fair enough. Knocking, it's almost with a lightning quickness, despite the sort of age of this person, that the door is swiftly opened and the physical presence seems to move from where likely the bed is. Which, notably, she's not known to move that fast. At all.
So her physical body's in the bed.
Oh no. Her physical body greets you as it opens the door. As you were greeted by, and let me go ahead and re-describe this here. The sort of hunched, curled over, and aged physique of this very sort of tanned with effort and life spent in large part outdoors, half-elven old woman, very much kind of in her mid-hundreds. She's got this sort of, brain just turned right off, sort of like storm cloud gray hair with this sort of almost lightning bolt like streak of white going through it at the very fringe edges. There's, you know, these leftover bits of brown that says very much this hair hasn't been cut since younger years, and the record of it does plainly show. As she, of course, naturally goes up and looks at you with, brain just turned off. Did I ever mention her eye color? Because I feel like I forgot to write it down. Oh, wait, right. As she looks at you with these sort of soft, kind blue eyes. Yes, this is Eldoria.
Well, it's been a while.
Yes, definitely has that. Sorry, I've been supposed last night.
It's okay. You've been known to do that even in childhood, and it seems your recent acquisition of friends are no different with that similar malady.
Yeah, as one of those world mysteries that we might solve someday or we might not.
I've heard in yesteryear there were similar sort of instances of bodily locking and physical sort of absence, but such things are a wonderful mystery. How have you been, aside from your...
Aside from all this, this is actually getting a lot better, both for me and Aiko.
Oh, is it? That's
she's
good.
Walking around and she's actually attending with us. I don't know if you've already talked with her.
No, I was kind of waiting on you, because I'm going to be honest, I'm still freaking shy when it comes to her.
What's wrong with What's wrong with a sweet old Eldoria?
You get the psychic message of she is way too old to still be this cheerful, and it doesn't make sense.
You get a psychic message back. The cookies.
Yes, indeed, cookies.
She strikes me as the type of, like, grandma that keeps cookies.
Oh, very much. And she was, I mean, absolutely relegated to the groundskeeper of that ruined temple, you know, keeping everything tended as much as she could, keeping the yards looking nice as much as one can in a set of ruins. But with that came a lot of free time to do more grandmotherly things, which notably she didn't bring out for the rest of your friends and seemingly seemed to reserve largely for you, producing a small tin of what looked to be a split collection of butter cookies and, weirdly enough, melon cookies. She very rarely gets the chance to make those, as they don't always tend to hold water by that temple, but recently it seems some things might have changed.
I take D10 and look at Aiko. You don't get any of these till you give her up.
Make a persuasion check.
Just drop my dice all over the place. Oh shit. And its persuasion is plus 21, so that's a 27.
27. Even low rolls often succeed when your tongue gets practiced enough. I did not mean for that to sound the way it did, but I digress.
Oh, whichever way you meant it, it's true.
That's fair. As she relents, and in that ever so hesitant way that one does, she kind of gives that sort of uncomfortable Christian side hug as much as she can.
I'll allow it, and I give her a melon cookie.
She immediately snatches it, and as you both partake in it, both in the melon cookies and the butter cookies, they are crisp, crunchy on the outside, and then there's just this kind of almost crumbly softness that gives away within. And so it's that nice sort of double texture. While they're not warm by any stretch, I mean, of course, she's been traveling for however long. The fact that they've managed to maintain this texture. Yeah. The fact that they've still managed to maintain this texture after however long she's been walking, she did walk all the way here, is still quite a shock. Which,
Delicious as always, Granny Eld, that's her name.
I do try. Now, I do come with some, I came with some news and some prospects and requests that I made of, your new friend Angel and her partner in Nick, being that they are apparently, at least according to some recent dreams a lot of us have been getting, a sort of rebirth of Amora. So, with that came a number of requests and things that we went over. But I did nonetheless.
Mora?
Yes.
Wouldn't that interfere with the successor to Amora?
Successor.
Yeah, one of my party members. They were working on becoming.
Right, I am
Okay.
talking about Angel.
Oh, that's the rebirth you're talking about. Okay.
Yes. You're still awake? I did bring instant coffee with me as well.
I'm good. I am fine. It was just the wording. You said rebirth, and I had it in my mind as kind of.
Oh, right. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. That said, a couple of notes.
oh, brain. Okay.
She did, of course, get in touch with Regulus Kreth. That rather bombastic tabaxi to go ahead and get the message out to the other sort of nearby temples, whether they're countrywide or whatever else.
And she mentions Regulus Kreth. Go ahead and roll me a history check real quick.
All right. Structure. At 13 plus 4, 17.
17, Regulus. Yeah. By the time that you had left the temple, this sort of very hyper-energetic and almost annoying sort of little Lynx tabaxi had just kind of joined the temple. as basically one of their lowest ranks that they could possibly give, which is a pauper, someone who's literally just meant to talk ad nauseum about the faith and the religion. And yeah, he was the kind of talkative where it would almost hurt after a couple of minutes just listening to it in the background, where it's like a TV that just wouldn't quite shut off.
As like a mental sorcerer, I should be able to just stop the synapses in my auditory bits, right?
Yeah, which, as a note as well, his mental space was as much of a hurricane, if not worse, than what came out of his mouth. It's hard to even hear what he's thinking because it goes so
I wouldn't have even
fast.
tried. If that's what's coming out of his mouth, I don't want to even attempt to see past what's coming out of his mouth.
He's had his uses. And given what he just did, given that a lot of us have
Sorry,
begun to...
one sec. I need to tune back in. Okay, what were you saying?
Don't tell me you tried to connect to him from this far away.
Oh, no. I was just tuning something out.
Right, well, I'm thinking about sort of upping him to more of a crier-like rank. Well, actually, it's not really my job, but I'm tempted to recommend it. Grant a recommendation, given how boisterous he was when he was mentioned to talk to the other sex. Now, in regards to some personal news, actually, for you.
Oh, I'm staring at a thing. Where is it?
There's been some news about your father.
What kind of news?
Whisperings about sightings of him, which at least lean into good news insofar as he's probably not dead, if there is any credence to it. But communications have been complicated in getting it consistently. There have been whispers that he's been everywhere from Noroth to the southernmost reaches of Sunsmith. They're conflicting, but the physical traits do consistently line up. As far as the most recent sighting of note, he was mentioned to be poking around the rusted peaks.
Pause. Having a hard time finding my words.
Your father, specifically, was noted to be missing or unknown. He was a teacher, and he was quite friendly with you in your childhood.
Because that's all I need.
Another thing of note, at least according to the rumors, he wasn't alone.
What was the name of the tabaxi? Regulus?
Regulus Crith. He wasn't alone. According to most of the reports, he was paired up with another changeling. Someone else accompanying him. And in that regard as well, some reports say, and some reports don't say, that she either has a heavy bag or that she is carrying someone. Quite well, she is vague. Sometimes the other changeling seems to manifest in a feminine sense. Carrying either a large bag or someone small with them.
This is very nice information. I have the foggiest of what I would do with this information if it was so small. Terminals are so small out.
They are, but again, at least the most recent one is the Rusted Peaks, which, as fates and fortune and my recent dreams and clerical abilities would have it, suggested that that is where you and your cohorts may be heading next. Seems fortunes, or at the very least Royard, has deemed it would align.
Alright. Thank you, Granny L. Thank
Should you
once
find
again
him,
the intel.
should you find him, exercise some caution. When you were left with us, it wasn't with the intent that he was abandoning you. You were brought to us to keep you safe. A lot of your friends seem a little worried about me, like I might be in some position of leadership in the temples, by the way. I'm not. I'm a groundskeeper, and I'm here as a messenger, of course. That said, I am also looking around for prospects and people to bring into the temple's fold. Keep me in mind.
Who's the temple gonna? Will you still worship? You gonna start worshiping Angel?
Reorientations have begun with her and Nicodemus in mind, though full godhood they haven't reached. Their blooming recent magics have affected the temples and also affected us clerically. I didn't have really anything in the way of clerical ability, and now I walked all the way here.
What did you do with the door earlier? Like, how did you get here so fast?
Oh, well, I don't know if it's too much to mention, but recently, at least given my most recent night of sleep, I've come on to a rather, energetic sort of spell work. I believe the spell, at least according to most arcane sources, is commonly referred to as haste, and it is delightful.
That's a good one.
You're coming with.
Alright, well, we will take our leave and let you relax for the rest of your time here.
One more thing. And I do hate to repeat this. Be careful of your father, should that be who it is. Your mother has gone in pursuit of him and of the rumors. It is possible you may cross her path before you cross his in the peaks.
Shut up. She'll also be careful around
Well, less so. It is your mother, of course.
mother, father. Oh wait, so am I missing something as the player?
So your
Why
mother,
are we being careful around the father?
she's exercising caution in case A, it's not actually him. So she's basically cautioning you to temper your expectations. Yeah, which your mother and father are both human, of course. You are, a
Right.
birth exception as a changeling. But there was at least the mention that he was in the company of a changeling.
Yeah. But yeah, what Vanestra just said, I would have assumed that that's the same for the mother, and that's why I should be equally cautious of both.
Yeah, your mother...
Could be possessed, could be an imposter, could be a trap.
Yeah, your mother actively worked in the temple just like Eldoria did, and is pursuing the rumors because it may be him. And at least this is the most recent rumor and some more tangibly of note.
All right. I'm going to rest here for a while. Should you need anything, I have every intention to stay here for a couple of days if our recent hosts allow it. Otherwise, I'll, take the opportunity to take another long walk. You do look better,
I appreciate it.
as do you, Echo.
Amazing. I walk out. Me and I go just walk out and shut.
As you shut the door, you did mention that you ate a cookie, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Assuming that you've been snacking on a few, I'm sure, as you've been walking. Basically, getting through about 5 or so cookies counts as a hero's feast.
Nice.
They seem a little more flavorful than they normally do, and it seems that her recent surge of access to divine magic has also influenced her cooking. All right, and then anyone in particular that you're going to go out to look for? Because that might serve as a pretty natural transition to the next sort of setting or group of people.
Note taking's hard. I can't split my focus between actually playing and taking the notes. And by the time I get to taking the notes, then I'll forget what happened.
Yeah. That's why I try to publish the thoughts as quickly as I can. So,
I'm gonna play the game because that's gonna let me have more
fair enough.
fun. So walking away from Granny Elves, who am I going to see? Well, I'd probably kind of report to Angel what I heard.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
She seems to be the most knowledgeable.
All right.
Since making slightly indisposed, would he run into Piper instead?
I mean, if you're saying
You can do
Piper's
that.
wandering the halls, you can absolutely bump into each other, yeah.
Yeah, she's going around collecting materials for her and Vanestra's, like,
Expedition?
ideas.
Oh, yeah, medical stuff, too.
Yeah. They're going on an expedition. I'm getting materials together to make stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep this all covered because the fumes are disgusting.
It's all good.
But I have to clean this other piece.
All right. All the same, you run into the very suddenly revitalized Avery Starling. And Avery, you run into a seemingly preoccupied Piper.
I figured Andrew was still in a meeting or something.
Yeah.
Hey, Piper.
Yeah,
How you doing this morning?
cool. I am getting stuff together for whenever Vanastra and Amira get back from their expedition. I think they're going. I don't remember what's going on, but I know there's an expedition or something. I don't know. Together for us to make medical implements.
Well, those are good to have, especially if you do medicine.
Yes.
But in other news, I heard some really interesting stuff from an old acquaintance of mine, an old groundskeeper of the Amora Temple.
Oh,
Yes, in addition to the delicious cookies, here you can have a few if you want. She said that apparently someone who looked like my father has been spotted at the Rusted Peaks.
what is going on?
And he has been missing since Joe.
Hmm?
He has been missing since
Let's see here. Since your childhood, like around, looks like the age of 7 or so.
7 years.
Yeah.
How old are you?
He's been missing since I was like 7.
Kate? You know, the fact you said somebody who looks like him reminds me of the fact you're a changeling, because for a second there I was like, he looks like he even is a mutant, but then again, changeling.
Both my parents are actually human. I'm kind of an anomaly.
Not really, actually. And Ramsey, yeah, his mother literally fucked herself. I got Ramsey and his brother, whose name escapes me right now.
Is this the
Well,
first time
that's what
everybody
I've
finds
always
out
been
that
told, is
changelings
that
can
it's
reproduce asexually?
It was abnormal for two humans to produce a changeling. I was always told it was abnormal.
Yeah.
Figure because your parents were changelings.
No, neither. They're both human.
Well, and still there are other changelings and other shapeshifters and shit, so it makes sense.
Okay. But yeah, father is allegedly in the place we are heading to next. I just figured that I should tell someone about that, so I'm not the only pair of eyes looking out.
I would need to see a picture, and I can let Angel know when she's done with her meeting.
Hello. Are we connected?
Yes, ever since we've been back from the abyss, she's actually stopped wearing the ring of mind.
Cool. Got it. All right. So I would
I need other
project
things.
her a, albeit fuzzy image, since it's been so long, of what he looks like.
Yeah. Actually, with that in mind, because childhood recollections, yes, absolutely can get fuzzy. Go ahead and give me a history check. Your DC is a little bit lower just because you are a psionics wizard. You have a magical means of connecting with your synapses. So.
Terrible. 8
Or psionics sorcerer, excuse me.
Vinestra said, "Isn't there a spell to delve into memories?"
I don't have it.
That might be. Is there a spell?
What are we asking?
I would love to that.
Is there?
Not directly, if I recall, but there's a ton of abstract ways to do it.
I feel like
For which one, Joe?
Get there.
For delving into memories.
Detect Thoughts has done it so far. I also have done. Angel actually is adept in diving into memories. Her actual race allows her to do it.
Yeah, and also I believe, Avery, you have access to a recording for another means of doing it that you got from when Zeus did it to Flake.
Ready for roll yet?
Go for it.
8 plus 4 for 12.
12. Okay. Thankfully,
Shoulder guidance. Handle your shoulder guidance.
Guidance usually has to come before the roll, unfortunately. So either way, 12. So your DC, of course.
You know what? I think I want to use an inspiration.
Sure. Yeah.
Then can I give him guidance?
You can get him on this roll.
Can
Yeah.
she give me guidance for the?
Since it's a fresh roll, yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, yes, guidance. Get a D4.
So that's a D4.
Yes.
Yep.
Ooh, I almost never roll 2 dice. It's nice to hear them click against each other. Oh, that's even worse.
Oh boy.
Yeah, all in all, even with the guidance, that's worse. Shit. 3.
I give Bruce's 2 inspiration.
Okay, Bruce is spending 2 inspiration for another roll. Guidance is a cantrip as well, so just keep that.
Both or just the D20?
Reroll both, because again, guidance is a cantrip, so it can just get refreshed.
Yep.
Okay, it's still worse, but okay. So 5 plus 1 plus 4, so 9 plus 1, 10 steps.
Okay.
Take both of Piper's inspo.
Roll again.
Cool.
Yeah, I did. Look, I don't ever use mine. It's just gonna sit, so I never have any reason to donate it to everybody else.
Much better. So 12 plus 3 is 15 plus 4 is 19.
19, okay. While that was quite the exciting journey, the DC was 12.
Yeah, so I would have barely passed the first time, and
Yeah.
the next 2 inspirations, I failed.
Yeah. So, having meet and exceeded the DC by actually a surplus of 5, you, managed to project out, while admittedly a somewhat fuzzy image from childhood, it's more so fuzzy insofar as like the, increased vibrancy and haloing effect, and as well as like the slight blur of kind of trying to stitch together imagery. That said, all in all, it is still very well put together, and there is a distinctive human face that is plastered there. And since it is human, you can probably do at least some baseline assumptions on, after however many years it's been, the amount of wrinkles that may have gathered on that face, since.
Apparently, sketching, so
Which I don't recall when we were initially doing character building. Did we come up with some physical descriptions for your parents? As far as what they were human-like. Okay. Cool. So, actually, we'll go ahead and make this simple now. They're both humans, so that's easy enough. We're going to go ahead and do 3 rolls here. We're going to do complexion, hair color, and eye color. So... which...
You could roll it via the D8 system.
2, 3. Yeah, that's the plan. Which anything past 4 on a D8 gets to some really weird eye colors, which is going to be fun. Okay. Complexion is a 6. So, that's going to be, at least for your father, olive-colored skin. Which for reference there, like in terms of our real world, olive-colored is going to be like Mediterranean, Hispanic, kind of that bridge. A little bit.
It's more on the yellow undertone skin.
A little bit, yeah. Okay, hair color. Going from brown. Olive-colored skin with... looks like chocolate brown hair. And then eye color. 3. Brown eyes. Dude is just deep cut from almost an expectation in that region. But otherwise, actually does have, physically speaking, at least as far as face shape and everything, a lot of similarities to just baseline Avery's true changeling form. So you might want to write those down, of course.
I was typing them down.
Cool.
I think what I might do is I'll try to type and then I'll format and write nicely.
Gotcha. Olive.
I can type a lot faster than I can write.
typically how they tell you to take notes.
Well, how did you take notes before you had a keyboard?
I'm saying since the advent of keyboards, you know what I do. Shut up. The future's starting to get to me, dude, okay?
And you know what, actually, just to go ahead and add a specific wrinkle to the type of brown here, just to give it, something distinctive, we'll go ahead and say almost like copper brown eyes.
All right, cool.
Really?
Yeah, I found it funny that we had like olive skin, chocolate hair, and brown eyes.
Yeah, when it gets into like the flat color, then we can start having fun and get into the variant of that color. Like case in point, my eyes are sky blue, so it's.
You said bronze?
Copper brown.
Copper. Okay,
Yeah.
I was close.
With chocolate brown hair. So dude is various tones of the same paint strip, just across his body.
And
For the most
Avery, to remind you, Avery's like main form uses black hair.
Yeah, which, you know what? Let's see if we roll that for your mother. By the way, black lands pretty much on 1 for the D8. So
And you can also choose whatever form you take, so that
True,
maybe you just
changelings.
don't-
Changelings do be like that. Wow. Okay.
go through
7,
these
which means we
things.
get into the atypical hairstyles.
Okay.
Your mother's a
That'd
redhead.
be great.
Mother's redhead. Okay.
And 7 actually is getting into bright red. So, yeah. I'd say for a color reference, I mean, red insofar as it does look almost actually red, not like the orange red that you would see in reference to a lot of gingers.
Like crimson red, like Rias Gremory red.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
Which in a lot of ancient cultures usually, came with it the presumption that this person's a witch. No. Even if that didn't really hold much actual water. So. Oh shit, I rolled for hair before I even rolled for skin. Fuck. Alright, well, bright red hair it's gonna be. Okay. Bright red hair on ebony skin. That.
It does
Genetically, I'm
happen.
trying to think about how often that happens.
Ebony's like really, really white, like paper white, right?
No, ebony with a B.
Vinistra said, no.
Ebony.
Real dark.
Ebony's black.
Dark black.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see. Opposite of what I was thinking.
Alabaster is white.
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking of the ebony, like, monster from Monster Hunter.
Okay.
Master knows what I'm thinking. Odogaron has a lot of it.
And now for eyes.
That's only cause it's a special type.
That's the same color the dad got. Let's roll again to make it interesting.
Yeah.
I just got it again. Let's roll it again.
To be
There we
fair,
go.
it's two special types combined. It's Guardian Ebony.
Okay. Green, genetically for humans, actually a really rare color and considered a mutation. Let's go ahead and think about type here. That would be interesting. Let's say... Okay. Yeah. Ooh. Brain, why you do that? Brain, why you do that? Brain, why you do that? Ow, 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 ow. God, fuck.
Stop it, Joe's brain.
Okay.
No.
Like sort of a very clear and very glassy, like peridot green is kind of what her eyes come out as. At least as far as what you remember.
Peridot green?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Here, I've always read that as Peridot.
Am I silencing
I
it
guess
for no
it's
fucking
French.
reason?
It might be French. If it's French, that would make sense.
I'm not going off of
Vinistra
accurate...
said, let's test Peridot.
Son of a
She
bitch,
says
okay.
Peridot.
Alright, so I'm
But,
just
you
being
know, you
special.
can't
Gotcha.
Peridot? Peridot, if
No.
you're talking about the gem, it's T is at the end.
Okay, and the gem
Yeah,
was
but
the
in
reference. Okay, cool.
French, T is silent, so
I'm
I
just
wasn't
being
sure
a
if
doof.
It was French in origin. It could be Peridot.
That is a really fascinating combination of traits. So, peridot green eyes, crimson red hair, and ebony
The T is not always
skin.
silent in French.
Okay. My bad. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. Most of it isn't research.
You know what? With that combination of traits, it may not have been an accident that you came out as a changeling.
No wonder.
Yeah, fling it back to our own human history. Someone that looks like that walks into a village, they're going to immediately think, witch, burner. You're not supposed to look like that. Which, admittedly, getting into the roleplay question, an incredibly prejudiced perspective, but I'd be like really fascinated for what the math is for genetically how likely that is to happen. I'd be really fascinated to find that out. God, that's kind of fun. All right. Which, by the way, if I rolled 8, I rolled on a separate table for basically genetic maladies, of which albino was one of them. And 8, basically, that was going to be how it was going to work in any case, whether it was hair, skin, or eyes, obviously. As fun note, for some albino people, it's very rare, but in humans, you can get purple eyes.
I thought purple couldn't occur in nature.
It can in humans incredibly rarely, and for the most part, it's usually with people that have albinoism.
It's blue that doesn't appear in nature. Purple does.
Blue appears in nature. On all kinds of flowers.
Where I heard that.
Vinestra
Blue
said,
raspberry doesn't appear in
EHH
nature.
kinda.
Fair enough. Light signals and how they
Some
interact with
blue
our eyes. can be
butterflies
weird.
aren't actually blue.
You know what? That's a fair point. They just appear blue based on the reflectivity and how it interacts with our eyeballs. But all the same, that covers that basis.
Okay, having a break. We're gonna take a 30-minute break for this place to burn down.
And I'm just double checking over the alignment notes, and I'm pleased with how I've been playing some characters that have already been revealed. Okay, cool.
Move to someone else's turn so we can try to
Yeah, no, it's all good.
buy some of these notes.
By the way, sorry if this bogged things down, but it was necessary, especially
No,
for
it
getting
was
into
needed.
that plot
I
point.
know you've been holding it back for like 2 weeks. It's fine.
Sorry if I'm getting anybody sick.
All good.
What does Heroes Feast do, by the way?
Hero's Feast it does a couple of things. It means you cannot go under the afraid condition, if I recall correctly. Hold on. Hero. It's
just gonna
really
shut the
good
bathroom
as
door.
a
I meant to
battle
shut it,
prep
but I
spell for
didn't.
the most part. Whether or not you're going into battle, either way, it does have some benefits.
Raid.
That should help.
Let's see. Creature is cured of all diseases and poison, which there are some diseases you have that can't necessarily get cured by this. In this case, becomes immune to poison and being frightened. Makes all wisdom saving throws with advantage, and hit point maximum for the duration of the spell goes up by 2d10, and gains that number of hit points in turn as well. It lasts for 24 hours. So.
I'm gonna look it up because that was way too fast for me.
Excuse me.
Thanks.
It's all good. All right. Sorry to go on BRB so soon, but I need to quickly
What?
skyrocket off to the... I need to go. I'm going to be right back.
Let's get some bio stuff, it sounds like, to take care of.
Well, hi, everybody. You heard that conversation live.
Everyone gets to hear about your dry heaving.
All right, screw it. Let's continue. I'm going to pop open this ginger ale because I need to. Okay. I wish I had some proper ginger beer. It's not even a beer, but still stronger ginger in there, and that would be way better for my stomach. All right. So, hi everybody. Welcome back from the not BRB. God fucking bless it. Look, migraine has me missing obvious details a lot of the times. Let's see, where are my notes? Where were we before I decided to fuck right off? Right, okay. We were in the midst of Piper's interaction with Avery there, and then also we were going to jump over to what Angel and Violet were doing. Both were meted there, so might be indisposed. So we'll do...
Well, I have a question for the DM.
Yeah.
And for those who have played Baldur's Gate before, I have an option between necromancy and blade singing, and I kind of want to see Gale.
Blade singing is the new one.
That's the new one?
That's the new one.
That's happening. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Oh, and as far as Angel, and we were pretty much focused a lot of the time. We're waiting for Vanessa and them to leave and give them the details. Nicodemus would be the one with the details since Angel is busy working with new kids from school.
Okay.
I remember I had to do all that paperwork for the school.
Yeah. My brain, for some reason, is briefly stagnating on the mission statement there.
They were going to travel to Jihu because a lot of the characters, the last time we had talked about it and looked at what was going on the border of Jihu, they were getting shredded like paper, so there was nothing to bring them back if they died.
Yep.
And it was just blood mixing together.
That's right. Let me see here. I had notes on that. They were over... Right. Okay. Okay. So, as far as Xanon and Venestra gathering materials and getting ready to head out, Nick approaches you, Venestra, of course, as everybody's gathering together. So, while you are bringing troops with you, that is going to be for if things get hairy, which they likely will. But if subtlety can be employed, that's going to be your best bet. It's going to serve two purposes. First of all, we can rescue a number of outgoing slaves. That's the big thing. That is destabilizing the financial means of their trade as much as we can for this round, because it's going to be a lot of people that they are moving. Secondly, it's going to give us some insight into not only what state their forces are currently in, but also it might answer the question for what the hell is shredding us up. So it's going to be, for the most part, a smash and grab operation. Grab the slaves, grab the servants, get them the fuck out of there, get information, wipe them out if you can, and if that doesn't look like it's an option, the priority is going to be disrupting the trade and running off with the quote-unquote merchandise, as much as I hate to put it that way.
The other thing was also the fact that there were orphanages that had gone missing in the area.
Yeah.
And Angel has not been able to get down there to look into it. So.
Well, you're going to grab a small contingent of troops here. We are also going to send some troops ahead to start making some noise before you even arrive. A hammer. Distract them while you all play the role of more of a scalpel and cut out what needs to get cut out.
Vinestra said, "They would give a nod of her head. Very well."
While the mission here is subtlety, I'm going to recommend actually that you head over to Ben. He's had some experimenting that he's been doing for some potions that are going to help a lot with subtlety, and also if things get particularly hairy. As much as he is hated, and I mean hated, experimenting on that malice and agony substance that you guys harvested. It's had some useful anti-magic applications. That'll be good to basically cover your asses on the way out.
Vinestra said, "Will do and thank you, Nick. Vi would go to collect said devices."
Absolutely. Now, on the subject of stealth, as he briefly puts his hand up to stop you, Xanon, I'm going to need to know your approach specifically in this. I know your skill set is in large part a dragon rider with Ravik there. I'm a Drake Warden Ranger. We have Navarre here. I generally have the same idea. Now, how confident are you that you can get in and out of that environment quietly?
Xanon?
I'm sorry, what?
Nick pulls you aside as kind of you and Vinestra are getting things ready. I know your skill set in large part is dragon riding. How confident are you, given that Ravik has golden scales, that you can get in and out of that environment quietly, especially with your siblings in tow?
I'm not sure about quiet, but we can be quick.
Okay. Quick will be necessary. Quiet is a bonus. Even still. He produces a small can of what looks to be almost a thick black paste or paint that seems to, kind of in the sheen of the light, have a small, like, subtle green reflection. Navarre sheds a lot. This shit is going to flick off very quickly. I suggest you paint Ravik in that. Ravik immediately looks uncomfortable. It'll help you get in and out, especially because over there, right now, it is nighttime. Use that to your advantage.
Thank you.
Vinestra said, "Amira would flit by." We also have a strategy too.
Good. Understand, either way, quiet's going to be very necessary for this. If that fails, then speed becomes the new priority. So, also a small recommendation with that paste. It is another dragon scale, so I suggest, after you get back, assuming you get back in one piece, Ravik, you do a long soak in a long bath. Don't want to get a rash. On the subject of added quiet, though, go talk to Angel. She has some more things that'll help you.
How long does this stuff last for?
Once you put it on, 3 hours tops.
Good to know.
And understand, under strained flight, it's going to start flaking off like black snow. After those 3 hours are up, it's not going to be... It's going to be basically doing the opposite of what it's designed to after it fully dries out. All right. Oh, also, in case the pair of you get captured, which, not likely. It's actually ideal right now that neither of you are officially on the Zavorces or roster, which means you can't get traced back to us, so that has its uses. In case you do get captured, deny any affiliation. We need to keep as much advantage in this as we can.
Vinestra said, question in general chat, Joe.
Sure. Let's see. Hide in one shadow. Duration 3 hours. Range touch. Touch a willing creature with a piece of charcoal while casting this spell. Everything it carries blends into and becomes part of the target's shadow, which remains discernible, although... Spell cannot be cast in an area devoid of light where a shadow would normally appear. Okay. Otherwise, at least as far as it doesn't stipulate how many people can be stuffed into that shadow. Target. I'd say at least the indication there, especially with the wordage of target singular, the implication is at least likely that it's for a single target use in its use with that spell. Oof. Dizziness slipped in there and my ability to form a sentence. What the fuck? Either way, that reads like a single target spell to me.
Hey, Joe, why don't you grab us a gummy, please?
Yeah.
What's going on?
He went to go get a gummy.
Vinestra said, gummy grabbing.
Let's see.
I hail from Waterdeep, city of splendor. I am withered up and
Damn it, Gale.
Good old Gale from Waterdeep.
We love our Gale.
I thought
We
you
really
hated
love our Gale. Okay.
He's gonna
we
eat
love
your
Gale.
boots.
He's gonna eat. He's gonna eat more than that.
I remember you saying you didn't like Gale, and I was like, what? I love Gale.
I thought it was she was having difficulty choosing between Gale and Astarion. I'm confused.
Will is the boring
To
one. I'm
clarify,
sorry.
Joe, multiple castings to stuff more people in.
No, they can't see us, but they heard it in the background by accident.
Yeah, that could be viable.
I think Will has an interesting story, like compelling, like sweet romantic story, but like sometimes I just want a little bit of edge, and Gale and Astarion just do it for me.
I realize so far the run in the session has had no music. I didn't.
Edge. There's no better than follower of the Queen of Darkness.
We're not looking for Edge Lord. We're looking for Edge.
There is a difference.
We talking Minthara
If
or
you
Shark?
want edge, Minthara.
I've never.
Well, I'm gonna
haven't
repeat
managed to recruit her yet.
We're not looking for Edge Lords. We're looking for Edge.
The difference between Edge Lord and Edgy.
Well,
But Minthara is extremely romantic. If we're gonna talk about like high core romance, Minthara.
here's the difference. Shadowheart is goth nighttime sub, and Minthara is knife play dom, who's also a heavy romantic.
Extremely.
Okay then.
Some of her dialogue in the game is literally about accidentally killing you during sex.
And this is why if I ever play Baldur's Gate, it will be a no romance playthrough because
I don't think you can. Can you do that?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
I am like
I thought it was like
borderline.
baked into the stories or something.
No, it's just everybody is. horny and
Vinestra
goes
said,
after it.
then there's the tentacle option.
Assuming all the tadpoles. I give all the tadpoles to Astarion because he seems to like them.
The reason why I play a romance-free version is because I am borderline.
You have every
asexual.
option to
I
not
am
romance any
sexual
character.
for only one person. That is it.
Yeah. You have every option to go through the game without romancing a character. It's just that it'll come with some mechanical benefits depending on which character you do it with, but either way.
I don't wanna. I'll play the game the hard way. Part of the cards. But I don't have the game, so it's fine.
Part of the cards.
If you really want to play it the hard way, we don't save scum. That's hard. Hard not to save scum in that game.
It's just doing an honor run. They won't let you save scum. You die, you're dead. There's literally a mode of the game that refuses to basically allow you to change consequences. But it is also a one-life run, so...
Oh, so, hardcore mode on drugs.
Yeah, but so what if if Tav dies, can you then play as one of the other companions, or no? That's just it.
You can actually just start a like a run where you are the other
I believe
companions.
if it's a
like,
TPK,
Well, yes, I know,
then
but
everybody's fine.
that wasn't what my question was about. Assuming that we are playing as a custom character, which most people would be, I think.
if I recall correctly, resurrection magic is still a thing. It's just, you can't, reload a save.
Right. Okay.
I'm just gonna stick to my.
So what's happening right now is Xanon head towards Angels. So I'm currently got time to do a roll, and I have my mini new dice. So we're gonna mess with these for a minute.
Okay, note to self, if I eat Haribo sour candy, save the bag, because the sour powder is good for separating out gummy doses.
Interesting.
Vinestra said, Amira would tell Xanon to hold off on painting Ravok.
Yeah, I was gonna wait.
So what next?
Well, next up. Nick gave you 2 things to go ahead and 2 people to go to before heading out. That being Ben for a couple of potion things, and then of course also Angel has some things to go ahead and give you to help out as well. Which, at least as far as where the pain's going right now, personally as the DM, I'm going to recommend Angel, just so that way I don't have to open my mouth for a minute.
Angel it is first.
Cool.
We'd see Angel fitting the new Luxodon for clothes. Wait until they leave completely.
They will.
Nope. Wait until they get around the corner. If you don't wait until they... Okay. Now shoot it. So Angel's gonna be... You find Angel basically sitting with a Luxodon and is like basically helping this little boy basically get his clothes on for the first time, like considering he hasn't gotten any new clothes in a long time. I understand that the trunk is very nice, but we need to make sure that it doesn't go inside of our head hole when we're it goes through the head hole and it doesn't stay inside of the clothes.
Luxodon, for those few that don't know, are elephant folk.
We put our head through the head hole. She says that she's kind of using her dragon wings to float her up so she can put his shirt on. And he keeps leaving his trunk inside of his shirt. I know you're nervous, but you don't need to keep putting your trunk inside of your shirt.
Can I just wear a button up?
I don't have any button-ups. I can go and ask them to make you some. Would you like that?
Nods adamantly.
You should head to camp.
Okay. Yeah, put her in camp.
Put her in. Take Shadowheart.
No. Send that woman to camp. Okay, so as Angel basically looks over at you with this Luxodon basically struggling with this t-shirt. She plays with his hair. We need to do something about this hair. This tuft is completely unruly. Oh. Excuse me, Mommy. Mommy doesn't know what she's saying. She's petting this poor little creature. It's okay. I have a question. Does the baby notice the Xanon in them, or Vinestra? Because I'm not paying attention. I'm more focused on this t-shirt.
Luxodon oddly turns his ears in their direction because elephants got big ears.
Can I do this?
Yeah, you can handle that. But use your intimidation and persuasion. So that's what she looks over and turns over at Venestra and Xanon walking in. How may I help you? She's making notes for all of her people.
Mistress typing.
Vinestra said, Nick said you had something for us.
Did you say what it pertained to?
I think it was something supposed to be sneaking.
Oh, it's gonna be embarrassing, but yeah, he is right. I do have things that can help with sneaking and disguising yourselves and making yourselves look like other things. It's my job.
Vinestra said, and what is this item?
You wanted for sneaking, she pulls out 2 disguise kits. I would prefer you not to die. So I'm going to pull out 2 cloaks. She has 2 cloaks that will help them. This will allow you to cast Disguise Self at least. It will last 2 hours total top with this enchantment. But that's all I can give you guys. She looks at the other 2. She looks at the woman specifically. Wait, I might have something for you. She pulls out what is like the skimpiest like bikini that has ever existed.
You pull that out for Beatrix.
Yes. If you wear this under the clothes, it will allow you to change your racial features for at least an hour.
Yes. Oh my, you don't need to keep talking.
I'm
Let me see.
You want me to wear that?
It's the... Yes, I want you to wear that. See. You press C, all of them will do it.
I did that too.
Persuasion check.
Oh my god, I'm persuading this woman to wear a bikini.
Vinestra said, under the clothes, or wrap M around your tail.
This grows to whatever size you need it to. I have like 8 of them, one for each dance that I do. It's my backup stuff.
Yeah, it's for Beatrix specifically. She was. Let me go check here. Beatrix, not the Draconoid side. Beatrix is more reflective of the High Elven features.
So it's a natural 20 for my persuasion.
Could roll her countered roll anyway. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, she fails in comparison. You don't have a garment in a different shape that does the same thing?
It's so that if I am in a different outfit, and most of my outfits contort to fit me, I can change into the size of a Goliath if I need to, at an instant.
She slightly hangs her head, although, for those particularly more perceptive, it is notably to hide the blush of complete embarrassment at the moment of just relenting in taking the garment.
It kind of, when you go to bed, it should gain its spell back in the morning. And you activate it by running your finger underneath the strap. At the top.
Her candy dragon companion, even in his humanoid shape, is just wearing a shit-eating grin, looking at this thing hanging loosely in her grip.
And for your clothes, she pulls out a set of leather digs that basically, these will camouflage to your surroundings for up to 3 hours. But they don't fit men.
So, you want me to wear an enchanted bikini and form-fitting leathers?
Wow. That's so lovely when you can't do anything. What do I get you out of it? How do I get you out of it?
Okay, well...
And go back to your last save. You're gonna get them all killed.
Points at her companion. You say nothing. Points at Basket. You say nothing. And then points at you, Zan, and her eyes narrowing in a statement that need not be stated a third time.
Vinestra said, or you can just hide in my shadow while I sneak us in.
I would look at her and say, what would I say? Hold on. I would say that it would really show off your figure.
Oh shit, Sherlock.
Fuck off, Zan, then.
You got more muscle since the last time I saw you.
Will it also hit you, Astarion?
Are you only just now noticing that after I punched you in the face? Okay. I appreciate the shadow offer thing. I operate best at a distance from people. And this is definitely... I don't know why I started slipping into it. What the hell is even this accent here?
Sounds like
Somewhere between Russian and New Yorkman, I think.
Yeah, that's nowhere near what her ethnic region is based off of. So I think that's my default for, like, brain starts to scramble into something I'm not practiced in. I will be right back. That's a little better. Gotta be breathy. Not knowing exactly where to go for, like, a changing room or anything, she just goes to the room that she was supplied.
There is a changing room to the left, considering she's trying to get this locket on in their outfits.
Thank you. And again, neither of you say anything. And she bolts off into that room as quickly as she can. and then takes her sweet time.
I'm also going to get out the monk wristlets that we got as a boon from that evil guy that were supposedly like bonus buffs for monks that we don't have any monks, so I still have them. And I'm going to hand her those wrist guards.
She takes those keenly while out of sight, before, again, taking her absolute time. At this point, siblings know each other well enough to know that she is just hesitating out of sheer ungodly embarrassment. Takes her about 20 minutes to finally get into all of it. Before coming out, form-fitting, leather-clad martial artist whose bronze-colored, high elven skin is a few shades redder. Like I said, none of you three say anything. Although, unbiased observation from both the supplier of the outfit and honestly the other two siblings, no, this legitimately does actually suit her very well.
As far as the boys go, she pulls out two more things. As far as a dragon return, I know that Nick probably gave you something that had to do with Navarre. But she takes a potion that's specifically meant for dragons. This should change your appearance to a different dragon type. And my suggestion would be emerald so you can hide in the grass.
I think I'll do a combination of the two, because it's going to be nighttime anyway, and emerald does have a lot of reflectivity in the moonlight.
Then I would either that or I'd go full earth, but that's elemental dragon. Those are different type. They're sometimes unruly.
Also gets complicated to even try to change into that sort of shape.
I've done it. But that's what I spent my entire summer doing. So, my only suggestion to you is if you're going to make those kinds of decisions, I would suggest being extremely careful. And she looks over at Xanon and very quiet. These are things that live in the mud. You are going to make a lot of noise with your outfits. That's why leathers are usually preferred to some degree, or cloths.
I'm wearing cloth.
Vinestra said, Vi would raise an eyebrow. Leather armor is hardly quiet.
It can be in mud. The sound is dampened and you sound like everything else around you. This is coming from someone who wore leathers in the middle of mud trying to escape a couple of people chasing her. So, for a monk, I think she can figure it out. Now, for any type of boots, stab boots, do I still have those?
Which notably, even with the leathers you've supplied her, she seems to have woven her sort of normal robes throughout, especially kind of around bend points and joint areas.
She pulls out the...
Open the sarcophagus. I'm just kidding.
Sorry, my sister's having a little bit of a conniption in the background.
I opened the sarcophagus.
she didn't know that there were traps all over that one room with the sarcophagus in it.
Oh yeah, they're all over the place. Every time I get
Vinestra said, "Don't
one-
explode."
There's always one or two that I miss.
See, then there's my obsessive compulsive ass, which clicks over every millimeter of the screen for potential interactables.
Found the rogue.
Out of character, it amuses me Vi's the most heavily armored of everyone there and is the most quiet.
I thought it was because you have so much rune work.
So I'm also going to point out. She looks over. She gets out these those spider silk dragon. The one that's the one that kills a lot of dragons. She pulls out the boots. These should keep you out of the terrain, getting stuck. She takes out 3 sets, considering that's what they spent 3 to 4 hours making, for if they'd had to travel through mud.
Yeah, so Titanic Dreamweave Spider boots. Yeah, when you attune to these just completely ignore difficult terrain.
She looks over at them. I want all of these back. Thank you. Spider was hard to kill. Do they know what those are, Joe? Living
Xanon
in
would have the
Dragon.
highest likelihood. And actually, I think he rolled previously about knowing what they are. So, yeah, he knows what this shit's made of. To the extent that you know enough about it, or even just looking at them makes you uncomfortable. Because, yeah, those fucking things eat dragons. Usually younger ones, of course, but dragons nonetheless.
Vinestra said, "As we're level 25, do we get a new epic destiny level?"
If it corresponds, yeah.
Yes, and he likes to do scenes for those, so be ready for that.
I can guarantee with the migraine, it's not going to happen tonight.
So would Xanon know what these boots are made out of?
Yeah. Given the previous roll.
Would they know how hard it is to kill this thing?
Even you, as powerful as you are right now, cannot kill one of those things solo. So, Angel and likely with a group of others went through probably hell and high water to take one down.
More like
Probably
10. It was a nest.
a nest of smaller ones, and then there was the big one, which was one gigantic motherfucker. The smaller ones, you know, it's one thing. The big one would be the thing that you wouldn't be able to take on your own at all.
She looks over at Zan and Sister. I don't need that outfit back. You can keep both of those items. But I do need those boots back.
Okay, as a note actually with the extension on the trait, believe Venestra is likely going to hand you back those boots because the trait she just got kind of does the same thing. All right.
They're not just for Venestra, there were 4 dragon people in that room.
Oh, all right. Fair enough. You handed out 4 pairs. So. Sorry, I'm usually a little more involved and a little more descriptive.
Vinestra said, anything else we should be aware of, Angel?
Paul, I would be careful. If Paul doesn't know who you are, he might do something. Have Nick, either bring... She grabs one of her simulacrum, she looks at him. I'm gonna need you to deactivate as soon as you get there. But I need you to go with them, and I need you to wear this. She pulls a cloak out. Until you get there and give this cloak back to Venestra.
Okay.
Paul is going to know that it's not real.
Well, luckily, simulacrums cannot necessarily be created of someone by someone else very easily. And how the hell someone would have managed to make a copy of you would have been mightily difficult.
Ah, shush. Always fun. Okay. Check its level. And then thing decided to go.
Ah, God, 10 p.m. is a little late for dinner. Fuck. I shouldn't be thinking about that when I almost hurled. We're fine. Stick to the crackers. I had my mic on. Whoops, sorry.
Yup. So what's happening?
Venestra and Xanon are getting just a little bit more supplies as well as a little bit more context for the mission they are going on. In regards to...
I know. Angel gave them stuff. I didn't know if they were going to the next bit or not.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the next bit, so...
Oh, okay. In which case then, their most likely last stop should be Ben.
Thanks for the gifts. And I'll be sure to bring them back.
Just be careful.
We'll try. Head over to Nick. Or was it Nick?
It was Ben.
Vinestra said,
Head over to Ben.
Ben.
I made sure not to make his last name Dover, but apparently I didn't think it through when I made his last name Kako. All right, approaching the, at this point, late teenaged alchemist that has been in Angel & Co.'s company ever since, well, I think like session 4. Opening the door. All right. So, how are you two gigantic folk doing? And company. Okay, cool. All right, so you are going to head to the front over by Jihu. Well, not really the front, but a front, I suppose. A problem area. Got a couple of things for you. These are things specifically for get out of Dodge. As I'm sure everybody else is giving you things to kind of stay out of notice. These are kind of extreme cases. He lays out a few bottles of what look to be fairly thin and relatively fragile glass, so likely throwable potions. Be very careful not to rupture these, obviously. So, first of all, y'all, or at least a lot of you already got the anti-magic flares that basically brain. Ah. Two seconds.
Vinestra said. Vey would motion to the anti-magic grenade.
Yep, those. So, a couple more things that are derivatives of that I've done some experimenting with. Not made out of the same substance, a little bit inspired by it. Not using as much sort of emotional negativity or anything, just kind of did a lot of... I'll be blunt. Under very careful supervision in the Feywild, had a spinal tap done. And the closest thing these are basically, they are magical psychofrags. So, you throw these, any spell of or sort of magical effect of reasonably weak capability just immediately flashes out of existence in a range, in basically roughly a space of about 10 yards across. That's regardless of target. So be very careful where you throw it. That is get out of dodge. That will affect things in the air, as that's going to have a pretty wide sort of vapor blast, and it does come prepackaged also with a bit of bottled darkness. So it's basically the world's just most fucked up smoke bomb. Basically contained in these bottles is a sort of baseline dispel magic that ignores any saves against it for spells of 3rd level or lower, and they do cast darkness within that range as well, within about a 30-foot radius. The spinal tap part sucked. I'm going to look for more efficient ways to do it, or at least magical things to more holistically and safely, I don't want to say harvest, but it's the same idea. Either way, there's one each for the pair of you, and I am actually going to send the rest of these bottles off into the house. And he basically opens a trap that is normally the laundry chute, but apparently he's already directed essentially what amounts to be Angel's great, throw however many generations back it is, grandmother, to basically conveyor belt one of these each to the rest of you, because he managed to make a few of these. Those ought to be pretty helpful. And then as far as getting, the people you're rescuing the hell out of Dodge and making sure all that stays quiet, he hands over a few different scrolls of basically Pass Without a Trace, of which he has really heavily refined their comprehension level, so basically even a commoner could effectively use these. I'm trusting you two to be able to handle these very carefully, because handing the wrong person a scroll that's written like this, not a great thing. Either way, it'll keep everybody getting low. Should they be discovered, I do have a couple more smaller long stride potions, just to kind of get them skedaddling a lot faster. And he hands over about 6 radially used long stride potions, and that will, for the next minute, pick up on basically everybody's speed. It won't provide all the benefits as haste, but speed bonus and all that.
Vinestra said, "Right, forgot to ask, where should they bring the slaves? Megan."
Paul will probably tell you a location, so they can be transported back to where she's at.
Yep.
For once, you want to go to the secondary location.
That'll get discussed
They're
on the
freaking
site, because in
slaves.
case you get stopped on the way there, that means you won't have the information ahead of time. Cautions and all that, and I think I remember Ben did have a British adjacent accent. Right now I'm not using it because of brain. I think that's just about everything. Otherwise...
Ben just got his mom back, just to remind you.
Yeah. Otherwise, I do have more time to spend with my mother, and also I need to rest after that Spinal Tap. I had to do 1 per bottle, and there's like 5 or 6 of you. So
You need a nap.
yeah, I need to go lay down. Even my speech patterns aren't normally what they should be. So.
Vinestra said, "Go rest, and don't overly push yourself for such."
Sometimes I feel like I owe it, but it's a longer conversation meant for more tender ears, so I'm gonna go lay down. He shuts the door with an exhausted sort of slightness, as eventually even the sort of firelight reflected from under the door snuffs out. Alright. And then as you guys are finally able to launch off for that mission, I'm going to go ahead and say I want to pick a day in the interim week to devote to running that separately for you guys. Because of the time that we have left in the session right now. and also B, because of the migraine, and that will take a lot of numbers gaming and focus therein for that. But all of that is
Is
now
it okay?
set.
Hey, girl.
Is it okay to-
if
Go
if
ahead.
Angel basically does the thing that I wanted to do, considering I was waiting for at least them to get their stuff handled?
Right, yeah.
If not, it's okay.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to be running that mission specifically tonight, because that's going to require focus that I don't.
No, I'm not
have.
Oh.
talking about that mission. I'm talking about Angel, considering I was waiting for everybody else to get their stuff done first.
Vinestra said, "I'm free next Saturday or Friday."
Friday or Saturday. Okay. Friday should work. Assuming that I don't either have work or a demo scheduled work. My boss has been trying to get me on for more shifts to account for my sporadic hours, and demos are part of the other job thing. So, yeah, that should work. To my knowledge, Friday's going to be free. Ow.
It's as simple as that.
To my knowledge, Friday's going to be free. So that should be a plan.
I'm gonna repeat my question. Are we stopping right now, Joe?
No, we can do the angel thing.
It's okay. I'm
Yeah,
just
no,
also
no.
I'm just asking.
Let's do an angel thing. Let's
Okay.
If you got anything you want to do with Violet as well, we can knock that out. If there's anything that wants to be done with Bruce, we can knock that out. I'm trying to give everybody something.
napping.
Bruce is napping.
Bruce is napping after all of that stuff he did the other day.
Bruce takes a nap between 2 to 5 every day.
Vinestra said, "Tummy rubs for Bruce."
Yeah.
Yes. Piper and Avery were talking.
Oh, right. And then we jumped before that conversation could really start, didn't we? So
No, it's just I had to go sit down.
Right. Okay.
That wasn't anybody's fault, but my body just going, oh, these fumes, the vapor.
We'll do the angel thing, and then we'll finish out with the Avery Piper conversation. If that sounds like that works. Cool. All right.
Okay. We went to bed.
All right. So, remind me what.
I don't know how to do it. I don't remember.
All right. What were you wanting to go ahead and? Oh, she's talking. Okay.
I'm right here. We're trying to finalize the party number. It's that little exclamation point one. Confirm it. Party change. Are you sure? No.
You'll have to do the
the-
party change thing every time you start a game.
That one. Otherwise, you actual party one.
Because it's not an official mechanic. Mods for the win.
Yes. Now, add her to the party and then give them their gear. Alright, so. The angel kind of looks over at Nicodemus. You think everything's gonna go okay?
One can only hope. They're both heavy hitters. And you know what? With that in mind, I trust in Vinestra and Amira's ability to be subtle, especially combined. Xanon's proven recently he's had some stumblings, referencing recent roles. But with everything that we've given them, especially with his family, we've managed to get through some places. I noticed. I think hopefully they've accounted for the gaps in And if nothing else, maybe they can practice with each other before heading off. I don't know. They might be a little old for a sibling hide-and-seek, but... maybe his sister will be more into it if punching is the consequence for losing.
Oh yeah, my question is constantly is, can we just stick them in a room and let them fight it out like we did as kids?
He kind of insisted upon that early on. I mean, he was admittedly in front of a lot of our guardsmen and all that, which I already pulled the guards aside about that, but when Zenon gets back, assuming he survived it, I will talk to him and his family about that, just to, again, be mindful
I think I should stop being so
of where they are when they talk about that. Asking, I mean, either way, it got squared away, but I think reiterating some awareness would be a good thing. I don't know, you've been friends with these guys for like, what, a couple of weeks? So, I mean, it makes sense that they're...
Just a couple of weeks. I mean, the problem is that it's abrasive, and I think it's because dragons sometimes are aloof and don't realize what's actually going on. I don't understand.
Has been abrasive if they're a dragon or a fae.
I understand that, but Nick, there's just something. I'm really confused because he's a gold dragon. Ravik picks up on everything, and then Zenon's here and then half here.
Soul bonds get a little weird, especially when they're not done in the way that marriage soul bonds are. It's weird. Soul bonds operate differently depending on what kind of connection you do. I could go into a whole sermon about that. Maybe not sermon, but...
well, I understand considering Navarre's control. But Navarre even gets agitated with the behavior, considering every time I try to talk about it with him, he growls at me.
Well, yeah. The big difference there is with Ravik and Xanon, it's kind of a sibling-like thing, right? With Ravik and I, it's...
You mean Navarre?
Sorry, with Navarre. Migraine! Fucking up and mixing things up. With Navarre and I, it's not a sibling thing. It was initially a pet thing that then became a melding thing. We are... If I were to die and Ravik's left, there'd be enough of me left in Ravik that could be... Not Ravik. Blech! There'd be enough of me left in Navarre that feasibly I could just... That feasibly Navarre could just become me. And vice versa.
You say that I'm confident.
Our souls and our spirits have not necessarily tied up as much as they've just kind of blended.
Well, I get that, but the fact is that that's the confusion for me. Like, I've asked Dad and Grandpa, and I can't seem to get through. And he said maybe it's region, maybe it's behavior, maybe it's they haven't figured out what they're supposed to do yet. Maybe they're just not working on the particular type that we've discovered. I mean, maybe they're just not on the level.
At the very least, maybe the reason they're not on the same wavelength is because their connection's frayed. Maybe even their connection as it was needs something to strengthen. I don't know. I'm working off of theory here. But my gut feeling is that there's something that the two of them need to do.
Is there a reason you're avoiding the eggs on your plate?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Keep it shaken, not stirred.
Soul bonds, no matter what kind you're dealing with, whether it's sort of a marriage, whether it's a connection for combat, whether it's, whatever it is, they're not something that sort of instantly create synergy before or after they happen. You don't rush them. the synergy is much stronger if the people had synergy before their souls did, so. But from what I recall, Shannon mentioning is apparently Ravik was a bit of a family heirloom, in a way, so synergy between the two of them may not have necessarily been immediate.
But isn't it important?
Of course it's important, and it gets stronger the more they work together. And they've been working together for years, but again, just a hunch. It seems like there's something the two of them need to do to really mix that up properly, and I'm not sure what it is. Maybe that's something they need to figure out, but I don't know if they noticed it either.
Nick, what happened to your parents? We've been looking for a long time. Did you find anything when you were looking? Well, actually, we have your mom and your dad.
Yeah.
You said that you were looking for your adoptive parents.
Mm-hmm.
The first ones.
Yeah.
Not the ones that named you Boot. But the other ones. His parents, his hair.
It's been a lot of shit luck.
No, they weren't changelings, is what you told me.
Yeah, they were. I don't know.
They were changelings or they weren't? Because I remember you telling me they weren't when you were little.
My memory has been spotty. Spotty to say the least.
She runs her forehead against his. Your parents are currently running the city.
Yeah. My adopted ones, anyway.
No, those are your real ones. Your real ones are in the light space. That's how they got away. That's what your mom said. They live in... I can never remember the name of the light plane.
Solai?
There we go.
Yeah.
Your parents live in Solai. You even have a younger brother.
Right, my bio parents, but
You're talking about your adoptive parents. When we always talk about your parents, you think about your adoptive parents. And
fuck, I'm mixing up.
not mom and dad.
Hold on. The Solai are the bios. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay.
And
So, yeah.
they've looked for you for years. Apparently you were taken by someone. And then there's the one that lives underneath the city of Green Eye Crossing. That's your third adoptive parent. But the one in between that kidnapped you, we don't know where they're at.
Yeah. My luck has been shit. Trying to find them every time. And they're not blood related. So trying to look for them.
No, they're not.
Trying to look for them in Piper's book is, about as useful as
Needle in a haystack.
Yeah. Or
But
a
they're not
screen window on a
changelings, is what you
rowboat.
said. You said they're not changelings, but you also didn't tell me what race they were.
When I was a kid, I didn't really have a sense of that. They didn't have pointy ears. So they weren't elves, but they weren't... Their pigment wasn't wildly colored enough to be anything other than at least something close to human. Human's my best guess.
Good night, Daddy. I love you. My dad's going, but yeah. She goes and basically runs her hand over Nick's head. Do you want me to fish through your memories and find them?
No.
If not, we can just let it ride right now.
Yeah, let it ride. That's. Forgive me, I don't mean to sound selfish. That's one of those things that I want to.
For yourself? You wouldn't even let Zeus help you.
Right. And I don't know if it's necessarily just about making it harder to do. It's.
Yes, but they were going to orphanages. You said that there were orphanages, and they kept taking kids from orphanages.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm misremembering that. Boys with his hair.
Not. They didn't keep taking. They were serial adopters.
Yeah, but serial adopters who would hurt their children. Isn't that what you said?
Usually, yeah. They didn't. I don't know how they kept track of as many of us as they did. But I think some part of them romanticized the idea of saving people. To an almost unhealthy degree. Our lives weren't. Our lives as kids weren't abusive necessarily, but they were restrictive. We were. We were sheltered. Didn't work, you know. I was a wild child. I was explorative. I was a climber. I was a. You know, nature called to me pretty early. My skill set as a ranger called to me pretty early.
All of our kids are explorers.
Yeah.
They're allowed to go wherever they want, as long as they don't break the rules, and they know that.
Apparently, despite the kindness they were showing, though, I mean, at least as far as what I could tell, nothing wrong was happening. A couple of, Zatrenian guards still bashed down our door. Zatrenia, it was a little hovel down in Sunsmith. The town doesn't exist anymore. It was pretty close to the Sable Hearth border, but yeah, no, town doesn't really exist anymore. It got absorbed into a larger trading town, and Zatrenia, I think, is now just the name of a small neighborhood there. If it still even has that name, but either way, a couple of Zatrenian guards not bashed down our doors, and you know, Mom and Pa, they got taken away in shackles, and we got distributed. So
You went to Sable Hearth.
we were on the border. Sable Hearth was the, as they put it, more civilized country, which was bullshit. I'm gonna tell you right now, bullshit. Just a higher human population, and humans are known for having bleeding hearts for people in less fortunate situations than them. Or in other cases, having blackened hearts for people in less fortunate situations than them. Humans are one or the other. And a lot are in between.
You talked to the Hag Mother recently? As I say, she's basically playing with his hair. You check in with her every couple of weeks.
I haven't checked in with her recently. She was I checked
She
in with
taught
her
you
when I
everything
was.
you know.
Yeah, she did. Not recently, but I will be checking in with her again soon.
You need to pick up whatever children she's found because she said that she had a couple of changelings to take out of that space.
Yep.
At least I can move them.
She went digging through her records. There might be another ancient human ruin somewhere close to one of the fronts over in Jihu. That might be a good place to hide escapees or to make battle plans. But again, that's according to records. For all we know, it's just long buried metal and cement that's been filled with rock and dirt.
Alright, we have 2 hours until the sun. Oh, has the sun gone down, Joe? At least we're having supper now.
Yeah. Sun goes down pretty early and comes up pretty late here. I mean, you're that far north, so.
So, I'm guessing that the vampire is awake. Yes? No?
Yeah.
Do you want to come with me? I have a couple of questions to ask him about the Sunsmith border.
I would love to come with you. I would also love to follow you.
Oh, good, considering all of our kids are busy. What was the plan tonight? Do you remember if it was... Is it movie night tonight?
It's movie night
Griffin's
tonight.
supposed to be playing a movie?
Yeah, Griffin's going to be busy. And Ben is going to be resting. You heard about what recent potion project he was working on, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, a couple of those are waiting in our room, apparently, so.
That stuff still whispers, Lovey.
From what he said,
I
apparently
hate that
this is
whisper.
just based on that. It's not from it. No, apparently this is
Sure.
drawn from his own fucking spine, which is... I don't know how I feel about that.
He thinks that's what it's from. But I don't think it's from their spinal fluid. It's got a different smell to it.
I don't know that he said it was from their spines. But I think he was specifically thinking about painful areas, and a spinal tap is not exactly comfortable, so... I don't know.
Please tell me Piper's uncle is working with his mother as a psych helper, considering the woman is so broken.
And I don't know that I'm fully comfortable with the path of experimentation that Ben's going down, so I think you may want to talk to him about it. Don't do the sisterly confronting him for doing something wrong thing, just get some
Well, it's on the
clarification out of
way.
him that I can't, you know?
It's on the way, so we can do that, and I would like to get Piper's take on a couple of things too. So I would like to do that. Also I was going to ask Avery, considering that he said they came from a temple. There's so many things I wanted to do today.
The older lady that showed up, she came from the same temple, right? So...
Well, I was thinking about introducing Ben and Avery, but I don't know if that's a bad inclination.
Most all of them getting introduced to Ben isn't a bad thing, I would say.
Yeah, but Ben's damage is starting to come out because he's looking at his mom a lot.
Well, yeah.
She turns her hands over her face. I'm gonna give Joe the one thing he's wanted all day. Racial recognition.
Hello.
Hi. So, she walks over to Ben's room. Soft knock on the door.
Okay. Soft enough knock on the door. Ben, usually incredibly energetic, rushing to the door to open it, or like notably grumbly when he's tired. This you can even hear just in the shifting of the footsteps. It's a pained, stilted walk. as he creaks open the door, a wincing look in his eyes. Hey, Angel, what's up? Come on, boys.
What's up with you? What's this I'm hearing?
But which thing?
Do you use the spinal tap to make a potion?
A very careful spinal tap. Spinal fluid is not an unheard of ingredient in some alchemy from some things.
Monsters?
Sure.
If you wanted unlimited spinal fluid, why not find a purple worm?
That may have a different effect than what I was going for. Because based off of, the research from that horrible black shit, everything that I found for potency and for actual magical impact, from the harvesting of the emotion, it had to come from intelligent, sentient, and sapient creatures.
You don't consider worms intelligent, sapient creatures?
Intelligent and maybe sentient, but sapient? No. They're large animals, and hyper-complex thought and creativity, and imagination in particular. Not really.
Oh, speak for yourself. I have met very many intelligent purple worms. They have chased me many through the Underdark.
And have you ever seen a purple worm civilization? Even
Yes,
rudimentary?
actually.
Bullshit.
Yes, actually. Terrifying. Have you ever fallen into a purple worm colony?
It's a colony, like an ant farm. It's not the same thing.
Have you never seen an ant farm?
I have seen an ant farm. I think we're not on the right train of thought here. You're asking about the spinal tap. Either way, there's some aspect of it, some trait of the magic that relies specifically on soulfully intelligent and sapient things. Some reliance on people, on emotions, on fear, on trauma. That seems to only react to humanoid things. I don't make the rules for how that works. So I went through and tried to take a number of steps back from how they made what they made, trying less and less horrific methods to accomplish similar effects.
You asked your mom.
Yes. And to
How broken are we talking?
for creating an effect like that.
I'm talking about your mother. We haven't talked about it. You've avoided it. We've danced around it.
She's getting
Couple
better.
of days now. It's gonna take months, maybe years, to get her better.
That's months and
You
years
have
that
a-
we can spend together.
It's months and years that you're watching her struggle. And I'm going to let you know Pip is not going to be happy with the spinal tap.
No, it won't be. But I found out something fascinating. And I did it. While I tried it on... There've been 6 potions that I made, 6 successful spinal taps. I tried 3 times before that to get some... I'm 9 in. I'm sorry. The most potent and lively effect was when I was actually beseeching the magical knowledge and connection I was supplied. So at least with that, the specific alchemical component that I supplied in those potions were, you could refer to it in the arcane sense as the spinal fluid of an archphase warlock, which means I was actively channeling that magic when I was doing the spinal tap. So there's that involved. With that came, reactionary fear from that amount of pain, but also naturally tiredness. I was already my third one in by the time I was doing that. Actually, fourth one in.
Ben, am I gonna have to have an intervention that you can't do medical experimentation on yourself?
Speak for yourself.
Mine were successful.
And this
With
was too.
multiple variables.
This was too.
Yes, but I had
With
people
multiple
watching
initial variables. I had someone
Ben.
watching me.
Ben,
In dismay and trying to tell me not to do it the whole time.
Ben.
Angel.
I'm going to remind you. No, Ben.
Angel.
You weren't. We had an entire intervention and all of us watching. Even Pip was involved for a lot of the dragon and spirit experimentation we did during the summers.
And I had supervision too. Incredibly
it was
dismayed
my body.
supervision.
And it was my body.
And this was my body. What, rules for thee and not for me?
Rules for thee are a little bit different.
Are they?
How much younger than you or me? You've got 3 years behind me.
Yes. And?
And
You were having your body skinned when you were younger than me.
it's not a competition.
But it is a point made.
Pep would probably look at you with dismay at this moment. I mean, she's like an archfey to be, but this is just ridiculous.
My wife already did that for her, and she doesn't know.
Oh, wait, if I told Piper, she'd probably chew you out because she could have done it safely.
I did do it safely. I'm here,
You
aren't
said
I?
3 times. Did you not just say 3 times unsuccessfully?
Unsuccessfully when making... okay, let me be clear. Not unsuccessful spinal taps. Unsuccessful alchemical components.
Give me one reason why I don't include our secondary adoptive sister. One reason why I don't include the medical archfey. One reason why I don't
You can
include
bring
the
her
medical
into this
archfey.
conversation. I'm going to give her the same explanation. They are successful potions. They'll cancel out spell effects, and they'll give you a brief moment of darkness to hitch it and run.
He literally picks him up.
By his kneecaps, you are a little short.
Yes, I'm gonna use my dragon wings and lift him up, considering I have taken lots of training in dragon, and I'm going to literally use my training in dragon.
The fact that you have to use your wings to do that.
Shut it now.
So what's all that talk about bringing Piper into this, huh? Bring her into this.
She's bringing you to Piper. She goes over to Piper's door, considering she knows that Piper's in.
Well, we're doing this now, as you get actually brought out to the hall where
Piper-
she and
yeah, 'cause-
Avery are
Avery.
talking.
Can you explain to me? I want you to explain to her what you did. I want you to explain it. Explain it.
Okay, so
Well,
you have you have a flash moment, anti-magic and darkness potion, basically a magical smoke bomb, waiting for you in your rooms.
Okay, how'd you make it?
I was trying to experiment on that harvested agony stuff. And I was trying to take every step back I could to try and get it as far away from being as far away from being fucked up as I could, and see what results I could make. And eventually, I landed on harvesting my own spinal fluid while I was channeling warlock magic as one of the alchemical components.
Sorry. What was this about performing your own
spinal tap? Are you jack shit insane?
Technically, I cast the spell Unseen Servant, had to bite down on a belt to maintain focus on the spell, and had it do it to me.
Or you could have asked me, considering I've done several.
You probably would have said no. Look, the crazy and manic
No.
experiments are I often get told.
Actually, I fucking wouldn't. I'd rather you let an actual person and you be comfortable and not hurt yourself and drain yourself in that fashion, you dingus.
Thought experiment. I go to Angel, beautiful Angel, and you saying, hey, I want to try and use my own spinal fluid as a potion component. Your next question is, well, what are you trying to make? And then going some roundabout way through somebody else to just give me something else, and then my experiment goes into the trash.
I mean, you don't have to approach Angel necessarily. I'll
Yes, I
just tell her
bloody
later.
do.
You don't have to. You could just come
You
to
don't
me
have
and-
to approach me. I'm letting you know she'll let you do more crazy shit than I would.
You jump into
I'll
the
just
mouths
tell
of
her later.
dragons.
She just says it. She's just like, I'll just tell her.
I'm letting you know she'll tell me when I'm high. Off of Godweed. Because that's the only way to work it now.
Avery is present for this sudden intervention of a conversation, by the way.
Yes, he is. Didn't have much to say though.
I'm also going to let you know, I'm going to remind you, we tried to peel the dragon skin from me in the middle of all that bullshit.
Oh, actually, on the subject. Sorry. Divergence from the dragonskin thing. Notably, in order to do the spinal tap thing, I had to rob Griffin of some of his old human civilization medical books. Found out it can be quite insightful for neurological maladies. So, given that I had to study that profusely before doing that to myself, Avery.
Yeah.
I
With-
memorized that book.
With Piper's supervision or steadied hand.
Mine are steadier than hers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on.
Would you be opposed to doing a spinal tap to see if through that we can get any insight as to what the fuck's going on with you?
I can. Yeah, sure.
Mind you, from personal and very recent personal experience, they're insanely painful.
Unless you
I
actually use
imagine.
fucking anesthesia like you're fucking supposed to.
You're supposed to use anesthesia.
Some of them, actually, at least from what I read, you're supposed to stay awake for, which is bloody nightmarish.
Yes, but you can stay awake for it with pain reliever.
Or a neural blocker. Also called an epidural.
Yeah, I'm willing to do that.
Okay.
He's willing to get high before he does this.
It crossed my mind. I don't know if it'll reveal anything, in which case you'll go through a really insanely painful experience for nothing. But
It won't be painful, I promise you. I'll make sure of that.
So I have a
okay,
question.
sorry, part of the component was being in pain as part of harvesting it, because it was, a derivative of the idea of the agony stuff.
But he doesn't need to if we're just examining the fluid.
Yeah, we shouldn't need any of that.
Right.
I guarantee you stress hormones are not the cause of this.
Thank you, Avery. Another voice of reason.
Thank you, Avery, for another person telling you you're being a dumb shit.
Fair and valid, we're not going to go into the fact that this manic idea may or may not have spawned out of the fact that I haven't slept in 3 days.
Considering that you have just gotten your mother back 3 days ago, it wouldn't surprise me.
Hey, Megan. Should I try that one bean? The sleep bean?
Yes! The one that works that talks, the one that was talking that like made more of itself that was like sleeping.
The sleep bean, which when ingested does the exact opposite of caffeine.
Or in other words, what
Not-
caffeine does to people with ADHD.
Essentially, yes. So
Sometimes.
Piper's just gonna pull out a sleep bean and just stick it in his mouth.
It's chocolate covered.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna
Yes.
roll. He doesn't have the time or realization to resist, especially with the chocolate initially hitting his mouth. What's that? And just hits the floor.
Success.
Piper just picks him up because he is actually quite light. Piper.
The experiment is a success.
On picking him up, you find an uneven softness under his clothes, which very clearly on his shirt, kind of slipping up, shows just really poorly put together bandage work over where he did the spinal tap. It is shoddy at best.
Yep. Amber, Piper, can you please handle this? I'll be right back.
Piper is just gonna cast Cure Wounds. I'll take him to bed.
Cure
And
wounds. As you cast the spell, you watch as the wound tries to close and fails.
Oh, fuck this. We'll tell Angel in a second. Avery, would you like to go visit Capulus Medicus for 5 minutes? Or do you want to stay and tell Angel about your parents? Holy shit, I forgot.
Oh, right. Yes. So, Granny Eld, she told me. So Granny Eld's dad.
Angel started T-posing. Angel started T-posing. His face. Piper. Do you want to wait for her to unstack to the side?
So,
There she is. So Piper is already running down the hallway carrying Ben, going, I'll be right back!
so she looks over at Nicodemus. You're coming with me.
I'm also following you.
I know, but I also have to figure out. We're figuring out where your weird adoptive parents are.
Oh. Avery's trying to tell you something.
So I was talking with Granny Eld, Eldoria. She was the groundskeeper at the Mora Temple. She said that my dad, or someone who looked like my dad, is at the was spotted at the Rusted Peaks. And to be careful when approaching, because we don't know, one, if he's actually my dad, or two, if whatever is caused him to leave is still chasing him. I just figured that this would be good information.
And Piper gave you the paper that has both your parents' faces on them that she sketched out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these,
She looks over at Nick. Do those look familiar to you?
I'm gonna roll a
I
history
feel like
check.
you'd remember my mom.
What Nick said?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, we know that those are not his options.
Good.
We know those are his options.
I rolled only if he got double nat ones, in which case he'd be like, I don't know, maybe that's them.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, no, Piper's gonna go track down Piccolo. We gotta go back.
What's up?
So, shows the wound that she's already taken the bandages off of. Watch this. Cast Cure Wounds on it again. It's not supposed to do that.
Nope. No, it's not supposed to do that.
Yeah. So, Capulus Medicus, see if maybe it can magically help, or if we need to go do surgery. again.
Maybe.
So,
This week, I have had more surgeries than I've had in my entire time of setting up Capulus Medicus.
I feel like it's only going to get worse since you're going to become a medical archfey. It's going to be like, going off of one of Griffin's references that I only barely understand. It's going to be your own cosmic and eternal Grey's Anatomy. Yeah, you took the word out of my fucking...
Fine. Let's go. Take me there.
I don't know if it'll be with more or less sex, because it is the Feywild.
But yes, I will go with you to Capulus Magus. That's the coffee bean marshmallow Brown's place, right?
Piper ran off unless Piccolo was literally down the hallway.
Yep.
he's just down the hallway. He's not far.
Okay. Yeah, you can come with. Did Angel witness the wound not closing?
What? Repeat this?
So Piper cast Cure Wounds because, you know, poor bandaging. Poor bandages just triggers Piper to no ends. And, the wounds didn't close.
No.
Yeah.
Hold on, she's, chastising a guinea pig.
Oh.
Sorry.
You're fine, chastise the guinea pig as much as you need to.
No. No. I was wondering what that noise was when it wasn't him. No. Do not bite holes in the mat. I don't need you digesting the mat.
Just give him a little guinea pig-sized harmonica. He's clearly bemoaning his cage.
It's not her. Not him. It's her.
Oh.
It's Carmen.
Carmen Cortez. Anyway, so Piper casts Cure Wounds because, you know, mismanaged bandages triggers Piper to no end, and the wounds did not close.
They are not actively bleeding or spewing forth anything, but they have not closed.
So Piper's like, Capulus Medicus, we go to see if I have to go perform surgery again.
Which is to say, for
Ben.
Ben. Which, needless to say, that little nodule on his spine does look clearly red and agitated. I mean, hell, he gave himself 9 spinal taps.
You can wait 5 minutes.
He looks over at Pip, and he's like thinking about, oh, sweet Jesus, Pip.
So we need to stay here, or do you want to go with?
I'm gonna let you investigate this, but I have to go fix something, and I don't think it's because something's happening between you and that. I think that it's not cycling, considering that you don't have a dark counterpart yet.
I understand half those words. I know all of those words, and I only understood half of their arrangement. Capulus Medicus.
Onward!
Just get Piccolo's just like, what?
Just
Probably.
like follow the leader, like...
And your Loxodon shot that you were previously dressing, just seeing everybody going onward. Oh, forward march!
I hear the forward march.
This is not
go,
the Platinum Patrol.
Piper stops and goes, no. Did your mother say no?
This is not the Pachyderm Patrol. The marching is not very droll. And we don't tramp and trudge at the underbrush.
What?
Your mother said no. You stay here, or I promise you, I'll feed you a sleep bean.
Are those the ones that you have covered in chocolate?
I'll give you an uncovered one.
But they're bitter.
Bitter is not fun.
Behind then, yes?
But I want to go.
Okay, I'm gonna put it this way.
Marshmallows.
They'll bring you some marshmallows, okay?
Yes, I can bring you some of the decaf marshmallow beans.
But I thought you just had a field of just straight up marshmallows.
She does, but
Marshmallow.
sometimes they turn into marshmallow beans.
They're they're marshmallow coffee hybrids.
Boy.
Tastes kind of like those coffee bar donuts a little bit.
Oh, those are so great.
Don't
Anyway.
serenade her. Nothing's happening.
But they're decaf, specifically because Angel's kids love them.
Okay, I'm going to let you go run off with Avery to go figure out what's going on, but I'm also going to point out you need to figure out who your dark counterpart is, like, today.
So what you're saying?
Religion check real quick for me, Piper.
Okay.
Because
See
if
if
you
I
heal
can-
things, something cuts things open.
Okay. Well, I mean, in healing things, I do sometimes have to cut things open. Hold on, as I roll my roll 20, whatever that means. I
Yeah.
just heard will me.
And the counterparts aren't
opposite.
always direct opposites. Sometimes they're symbolic opposites or even just symbolic, darker sides of the same coin.
I mean, poisoning would make sense. Because that's just straight up fucking hurting.
Vinestra said, "You assume she doesn't need to find the light version."
She
mean-
is the light version. Technically, we're talking about like Underdark counterpart. 19 plus 5. And I cast. I forgot to say that first shit. I was gonna say I cast guidance on myself, but I didn't say that beforehand. So,
And I've already had in mind what that counterpart was for a while.
oh boy. So I intuitively know already.
Oh, no. No, you don't. Even the normal Archfey don't initially. They have to find that counterpart before that intuitive awareness starts. Or that counterpart finds you.
So what does that 24 get me?
24. Naturally. It's not a decision you make who that counterpart ends up being. You don't choose a person and suddenly they're assigned that title, right? They just manifest in countenance and in tandem with you. Sometimes they're a dark reflection, sometimes they're an opposite, sometimes they're just a dark side to the same coin, or even a dark spot on the same side of the coin. In some way, shape, or form, it's a reflection, whether that's in ideals, whether that's in skill set, whether that's in purpose, it's a dark reflection, often through a distorted mirror. Who that is, you don't know yet. But weirdly, in trying to think about it, you feel, for a moment, a slight irregularity in your own heartbeat. And the slightest edge of simultaneous fear and vengeful rage. The lightest, ever so light hint of ambition creeping into your mind before it fades away.
I have a theory as to how I can figure that out, but I must go home first.
Okay.
Besides, Ember on a trip.
That's what you get with the roll you got.
I need you to bring me back some of the elemental fire lava skin that we got from the dragon that I changed into during the sorry.
You got it. Which storeroom is that in? The upper floor or the lower floor?
It's in the lower floor.
Okay, I couldn't remember if we stored it in the cellar or in the attic.
We had to keep both that one in the water, one in the cellar because they kept producing water and lava.
Right. Okay, let's go, Avery.
Let's go.
Let's go.
It's like watching whatever that game was where it involved crafting in a mine.
Piper, Piccolo, and Avery just walk through a tree because that's how Piccolo does his planes walking, is through trees.
And Griffin sneezes. All right.
Now she's gonna run down to the vampire area.
All right. Bolting down to the vampire area where they've all, for the most part, started to wake up. Or at
Well,
least
basically that, and basically considering that some of the kids have become nocturnal to match their counterparts,
yeah.
taking night classes.
or in the case of some of the kids, just insistence on being like, I'm a night owl now.
I am a literal night owl. Vipers kids, I'm a literal night owl. What do you want from me, Mom?
Why can't you sleep at night? Because
Vinestra
No.
said, who?
She looks
My
over.
actually legitimately has technically 6 owl children. 4 of them are owl dragons, but owls.
She knocks on Kel's door first.
Yes. What is it? What do you need? Hi.
Why are you asking like that?
I don't
Are
know.
you occupied?
Roll an insight check.
Not Bruce finally waking up with a cup of coffee from his midday nap.
Where did it go?
For context, now it's like 7:30, 8 p.m. or so at this point.
I literally have to get on my. I have to get my on my. I have to get my other. I can't find my little box for this spot. Apparently, they disappeared again. Luckily, my medals are at the top. Okay, 19 plus 8 for insight right now. It's not. I'm not putting my pluses in.
27. This is as much reading the room as it is reading your son's face, and a number of other things all across. First of all, he's without normal clothes. He has a towel wrapped around his body, and you're pretty sure a knot to keep the towel up doesn't stick out like that.
Considering you're 3 times as pale, which means that you need to be taking hemoglobin supplements if you're going to insist that you're going to have a vampire as a boyfriend or girlfriend.
She's not doing that.
Oh, I know where it's coming from.
She's not. There's no blood involved.
Mm-hmm. You want to explain it to me?
Terms of service wouldn't allow it.
That's what I thought.
This just in, vampirism is now an STI.
Oh no, not quite. It's just there are other ways of harvesting vitae.
Straight from the tap, as they would say.
Vinestra said, gives a whole new meaning to sucking.
I know, it does, doesn't it?
Still, it's a little more awkward hearing Dracula say, "I want to suck your dick." Anyway,
She looks over at him. What is the rule if you're going to be dating a vampire? We have a list of rules that I made considering all the bullshit you decided to do.
I am sticking to the rules.
Okay, where are your hemoglobin supplements?
I was about to grab them before you knocked on the door. You caught me in a moment of recovery. And you hear from behind in the room, "Yeah, she did."
Is that the female or the male? Because I can't remember who's dating her at the moment.
Neither can I. Will say for right now, it's the partner.
Yeah, but the partner, there is a male and a female. One of them's dating one of the twins and one of them's dating the other twin. It's a very situational thing, considering they're both like psionics wizards.
Right now, I don't recall which is which. We'll say it's the male.
What's the rule of dating my son?
We're following the
Or do you
rules.
want
You
me to
just
get-
you just knock the door at a
Or do
very
you-
choice moment.
Or do you want me to get the sun god of a mother that still lives here?
We're following the rules. You just knocked on the door at a very choice moment.
I'm going to let you know, if I had to knock on the door as the love god, you might have almost tried to be killing your partner.
I promise you it wouldn't have gotten that far.
It goes so far that you have to turn them into a vampire themselves.
I'm not gonna do that.
Nick! You're standing behind me for a reason.
Yep. I know how to remove your skeleton while you're still alive. Just keep that in mind.
I'm going to tell your mom. I have not told your mom yet, and I'm going to tell your mom.
We're doing fine, I promise.
I'm going to tell your mom. It's already happening. It's been on my mind. She's going to kill me if I don't tell her anyways.
Kel puts an arm up on your shoulder. Mom, we're following the rules. You caught me at an awkward moment. This is not his doing. You know how there are some nights where you forget to brush your teeth? This is one of those. I promise.
I'm going to point. She points over at she's like, if that is your meal. She looks over to the vampire. That is your meal, and you don't take care of your meal. The meal no longer exists.
There's a reason we stopped when we did.
Nick, did they only stop because I knocked on the door?
No. I was actively in the process of getting my supplements when you knocked.
Okay. So, I have to go knock on your other brother's door.
Yeah.
You have to tell your mother today.
Understood. Again, we didn't
You're
break any
going to
rules.
have to tell. You're going to have to tell the sun god's daughter that lives here as the Azamar what you're doing with the vampire, because I'm not doing it. I absolutely refuse.
Understood, Mom. Now skedaddle. The longer it takes for me to get what I need, the worse it's going to be when I try and recover.
He looks over at the partner.
Same kind of concerned look on the partner's face.
Nick, what's the thing about vampires versus mortals?
There's a number of things.
Fine, I'm shutting the door. She shuts the door. She's like, and she says, I'm going to remind you. And she says this, vampires are faster in speed. Usually they get like an additional speed to their movement. And they're able actually to help people and do things faster. So maybe you should be the one getting him the supplement. Oh.
And this conversation is kind of stopping things, Mom.
She's already gone. She shut the door and said this as she's walking away.
And you get that mental message back because Kel and Jill are mind player kids, or at least half mind player. But
She opens the door for at least Jill. She's like, I'm going to slightly open the door. You tell me to stop. I'm going to stop.
no need to stop. We are playing cards. And no, it's not that kind of poker.
Okay. I know that you have classes in like an hour. And
Yeah,
I'm
my
going to
brother
remind
and
you.
I also have a psychic link. I know what he was doing. You want me to tell you what he did?
You're welcome to tell me. Considering
Okay.
I probably already know is the problem.
No, you legitimately did interrupt him getting supplements. He was about to get him. He was about to fall over. Boyfriend was about to get him. You knocked on the door. Everybody froze in their tracks because it's embarrassing. Impeccable timing, Mom. They're doing fine. On the other side, though, Boyfriend did almost bite. Almost. Just purely on the in the moment instinct. Stopped himself, though. I would suggest, just as a nice, totally not intrusive mother's gift for him, like a mouth guard or something. Or, better yet, give them a business card for your friend with the sex shop. With the mouth guard order already presented to her.
I am going to ask, she looks over at the female vampiress.
Hi.
How is this going? I'm supposed to check every couple of weeks.
Steadily, we,
Or days.
Yeah, and I know you're tired talking about it with us, because, we still haven't really... We're taking it slow.
I know you like to take it slow, which is a relief on my mind. Half of my kids don't know what the word slow means.
I've been alive for, a while, and I've found value in not just pouncing. Yes, that can also be doubly taken as me playing with my food, but that's not the way it is with this.
I know. Gel tends to be the more... Kel is very impulsive, and Gel is informed and well-controlled.
Reserved, I would say, is the better word.
Reserved is different. Controlled and decisive is another.
I'd still say reserved, because he wants to be impulsive. The other one wants to be reserved. It's ironic.
She looks over at Nicodemus. No, it's not really that hard to figure out why that happened. Anyways,
No,
I
he's
am
doing
going
well.
to go... Yeah. Just...
And, actually, on the subject, the mouth guard thing was my idea. If you could pass this on to your friend whenever they get back from whatever it is they're doing. Vampire ears have their benefits,
Okay. Well, that's fine. I just... My instincts are really heightened lately.
And there's another list also for them to deal with. It's awkward handing it to my partner's mother. I'm going to ask that you don't read this, what's in this envelope. I'm going to ask. You're the mother, but, I warn you, the words contained within may be disturbing to some viewers.
But that's okay. Get down, my boy. Good boy. Want some water in a minute? Okay. Just don't do the thing you're doing right now.
I'm gonna go to bed.
We're just about at the end here anyway, so you're good.
Go to bed.
Okay.
She's successful with her chair. She's now calm. The brain said no.
Almost. I ran out of spray.
It's all good.
But it's almost done. Almost. Good night.
I'm just gonna go now over to her last daughter, who literally is basically, she looks over at the door, considering this is the one child who shouldn't have to be told anything, considering she's 11,000 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And gently knocks on the door, considering she does not like to be disturbed, and usually there's a million animals in her room, and they hate loud noises.
Walks over after a good 2-minute wait. Gently cracks the door open and peers her eyes through. No words yet, just waiting.
You okay?
Nods her head. Most of them are sleeping, so...
Yes, you were getting nocturnal lemurs that had been endangered to sleep?
Not necessarily. I dabble in magic, and they have been relegated to a lush little demi-plane. Briefly.
When you talk to your partner, that's okay. Or your dad does, anyways.
What do you need to talk about, Dad?
Trauma.
Trauma?
Yeah, trauma.
She lets Nick briefly inside.
Can I come in as well? Or is my aura too much of a disturbance to wake them up?
If you and your Dad's aura are together, among this many densely packed animals, I get more animals in a few weeks.
Yes, but you said you were breeding endangered species and you needed help with that.
I am, and right now they are working with that. Don't need to fill the packages too densely. Do you understand what I'm getting at?
I get what you mean, but I'm asking you because Pendra wanted to know if you wanted a second enemy plane.
To trade off between day and night cycles, honestly, they can just trade in and out of the demi-plane. That I already have. That said, a more visible expansion to the one that's already there wouldn't be unwelcome, or a means of bridging it to other demi-planes wouldn't be unwelcome. Like, I understand that your friend Venestra has a pretty wide open and relatively lush one as well, but I don't know what state it's in. Either way, an ability to bridge to other demi-planes in general would be helpful.
Her suggestion was to breed inside of my demi-plane.
Then a way to bridge would be helpful.
Okay. I'll ask her tonight, but she did say that she looks at the letter. The species that you're breeding a specific
Conditions, I know.
Yeah, I know, but she said that my presence and Nikita's would be indubitably much better for that situation.
Okay.
Because that species breeds on that weird opening thing in Githoven.
Yeah.
And they only bred when the rains existed. They've been existing in that time-space opening. But I don't want to not have the information for Nick either.
Right.
I'll
No,
let
I
you
totally
move me
get
to
that.
where- I'll let you move me to where you need me in the room.
Okay. She moves you in, which the room already seems to be, to some degree, magically expanded within.
Yeah, I know. We agreed this room was going to be big.
It, in a lot of respects, I'm going to be blunt, looks a lot like Ace Ventura's apartment.
Why not the room that they had in Casita?
I'm unfamiliar.
The one kid who can basically talk to animals has like a rainforest in his bedroom.
In Kanto.
Hmm.
You mean?
Yes, but it's inside of the casita.
Right. Yeah, I didn't know what you initially meant. Yeah, a lot like that. A lot like, I honestly like a bit of both. The decor is indicative of Ace's apartment, but the sheer biome diversity and sort of widespread accessibility is in line with that kid's room.
You need to move this inside of the pink room. That's the pink part of the space that you have.
Say that again?
You need to expand this into my haven, the side of the necklace.
Right, which I'm going to get a little bit of help with, but yeah.
She looks over at the vampire and looks over at Nikki. Nico, Nico, Nico.
Yeah.
So we need to talk about a city that may or may not exist anymore. Because you have people everywhere, you might be able to help Nick find them.
Sure. And where are we talking about?
She looks over at Nick.
Lawville, that our neighborhood that used to be called, if I remember what I said correctly, Zetheria.
You said it was like Tetronia or something like that.
Zetronia, right. Zetronia. Zetronia. Gonna roll a history check for the vampire. Couple of shit rolls.
No, wait, can I give an advantage?
They already had advantage.
Can I give him more advantage?
You can allow them to re-roll if that's what you're getting at.
Yeah.
They're using a luck, I'm sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a natural 20. Zetronia.
This one does have your almost near German accent because he has the very vampire accent.
Zetronia. Well, not a town. Not at all. Where did you hear of this Zetronia?
He was there.
He was there. Functionally impossible.
Hmm.
What was going on in this Zetronia?
Do you want me to explain it, Nick? You want to explain it?
Trying to reconcile apparently that it's impossible, so you explain it.
You can hug me. She's like, sits on his lap. It's okay, I'll be the teddy bear.
Yeah, when you sit on my lap, I'm not immediately thinking about turning you into a teddy bear, but okay.
Why can't things just be as simple as they were before?
Because it's us.
She looks over at this man. So, Nick, when he was born, the first time he ever got his name, he was 2, I think he was almost 1. He was named Boot. In this world, he was named Arrow.
Right.
Not quite sure why. But in between then, he was with his parents and they were traveling to Soleil. And he was kidnapped from his mom and his dad by a couple of people. And they kept adopting these kids as they went across Sable Hearth and Sunsmith. And then they ended up in Zetronia, and then Nicodemus ended up under Sable and Green-Eyed Crossing under Sable Hearth. Like in Sable Hearth, it was a deep embedded place in the ground. With like ancient, what do you call those? Elevators. Elevators.
Are you sure you won't move just from one to another? To another?
He says he remembers that there was a bunch of Sable-Hearthian warriors that broke them all out and separated them out into groups of children that went to different places at the time.
Was it only two?
She looks up at Nick.
I said a couple.
Apparently 2.
There is only ever two. That's how it works.
What is it?
Zetonia was not a town, or really a place. And the fact that you found it seems impossible. But then again, you did mention another human ruin. Tell me, and really think on it. Was the name you were given Arrow? Or was it something little bit more in line with a lot of the other words in those little basements that you trudged through? A lot of the kids were given weird names like Hermes and Nike and they weren't they? I have a theory. I think your name wasn't Arrow, it was Eros.
Like the god of love that basically was like an asshole at one point?
Precisely. Aren't kind of auspicious given your current condition. No, so to clear it up very plainly, because I have also heard of this liberation of a satellite that you did.
You mean
No.
I. My name is I.
Right. Well, in liberating this eye, Zetronia is a, or at least was, or I guess suppose is, a life simulator.
Nick.
Zetronia was an anagram. I don't remember the specifics of it. It's been thousands of years. But Zetronia was a life simulation, and generally speaking, a program usually that children often were drafted into for preemptive soldiering exposures, usually done for sleeper cells in certain shall we say, extra-legal military installations of the ancient human yesteryears.
Hag. She was in a bunker.
Not likely the same
28.
one, of course, but it's simple enough to rescue a child from one, especially if they know what's in it, and move them to another. Have you seen your other adoptive siblings since? Nicodemus?
No.
They may very well still be in Zetronia.
God bless. God bless, Salma. I love you. Good night. God bless.
Fair warning, though. Extracting some may, you may find they have become fairly fierce warriors to a certain respect.
have a bit of trouble reconciling reality. Visceranze will have abandoned.
Give me an example.
Well, Zetronia was a sleeper cell in military simulator designed specifically to mimic the recorded conditions of society in the current day and age based off of current active ongoing scans from existing satellites so as to be able to naturally integrate into societies. This was done for children originally as a medical thing for orphaned children, basically to be raised in what would be perceived as a normal environment and not to be traumatized by foster cares. But militaries being military saw the technology and saw the warmongering potentials therein. So
She puts her hand on Nick's. I know that I can summon Ai. Ai is on a break day. She's in the necklace right now.
as such, they found the potential in creating soldiers. But especially once magic began to bleed into the world, such as when the dragons first broke through, it gave the artificially intelligent patterns that those machines had and gave it complexity, creativity, and in a sense, artificial life. Such as these eyes that you speak of. It woke up one day when dragons took to the skies. Became more than just its patterns. So too, I expect, did Zetronia. Maybe it's keen on making soldiers like it was programmed to do. Maybe it's keen on conditioning people like it was first programmed to do. Or maybe it's keen on keeping a family all to itself. The fact is that you haven't seen your other adoptive siblings in so long brings two of those things at least into question.
She goes over to... She whispers into her necklace for Ai. Be quiet when you come in here, please.
Understood.
Understand you still have access to Nemoria's memory banks and memories.
Nemoria was a developed sister program in a similar program originally like Zetronia. There's a number of sort of programs and simulations that were made in the same vein.
I need information on Zetronia.
Zetronia. Zetronia still has active connections to many of the satellites I am still bound to. Still generating active readings across all 5 rings.
Where are the sleeper orphanages located?
No sleeper orphanages. Well, I is going to try and focus down the signal trail from Zetronia. No sleeper orphanages. Only collection agents.
Give me a list of collection agents for Zaria.
Programmed automata that have simply been dubbed as fosters to bring to Zetronia. Fosters almost always look like a pair of twin humans,
One male, one female, notably similar and almost identical, if not for the few distinctions to separate their visibly perceived genders over their mechanical shells. According to fleeting energy records, apparently, even the normal nuclear reactor that originally powered Zetronia no longer sufficed, as the half-life and remaining fuel both inevitably failed. So instead, Zetronia now managed to convert essentially radiation from a cluster of different ley lines into electricity. And on occasion will also use sources from magical beings for additional charge. No records of consumed Leyborn, but occasional magically gifted looters have been treated as naught but batteries.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not going to, I'm going to try not to Griffin reference this, but basically it sounds like a brief bit of my childhood was stuck in the Matrix.
It's
Sort
not
of.
the Matrix.
Not exactly.
It's not even a different plane. It's a program that's run over all 5 worlds because it was literally on the first world.
Zetronia is only present here on Zaria, but Zetronia may be getting conflicting readings by reading all 5.
What do they look for prospects?
Children.
What do they look for prospects?
They look for children of impressionable ages, usually 7 or younger, in proportionate range to the various species that now roam across the 5 rings. It seems Zetronia has at least amassed a collection of fairly accurate records for the makeup of most of them. Due to, from what I'm seeing, unfortunately, early on in its magically estranged infancy and awareness, some fairly invasive experimentation on many of those species. Since then, no experimental records date any time past the last 12,000 years.
Zetronia is sentient.
Yes. Like I. Though perhaps a little more singularly focused.
Nick. We can
Yeah.
say whatever it is.
So
We did with I.
Zetronia designed itself as what, a sentient town, in a way?
No, it's a family. An oppressive family. Our family, while my kids are growing and are making their own lives out in the world, and that's what they're going to do. And I am going to support them every single step of the way, no matter what they want to do, no matter if they go against our religion or whatever. That's their decision. That's their lives.
I guess that explains why they were safety nuts.
Hmm?
I guess that explains why they were safety nuts.
We don't have that. We allow our kids to fall down and scrape their knee and go through their whole life.
Also explains why I was so weak when I was eventually picked up.
Nico, I'm going to need we are missing large amounts of children. I have 17 counts of missing carts.
From which locations?
Mostly from Somerville.
Where
Mostly-
in Somerville?
Near the mountain that's been abandoned. There's a couple of orphanages near there. I was supposed to have 17 carts of, like, differentiating ages coming in from that space.
Cross-referencing. Going to roll again for I. Natural 20. Natural 20. You said Zetronia was originally on a border of Sunsmith and Sablehearth. Was it also by the mountain range? It was a bit of a mountain town. Okay. Likely location of Zetronia, or the therein recorded bunker in which Zetronia is contained. Likely on the border between Sablehearth, Sunsmith, and Somerville.
Near the mountain range where all three meet.
A mountain range would be a common place where many bunkers in the earth of yesteryear were built. A lot of granite to surround the structures and keep them shielded from destructive forces.
Can you reach an information out to Zetronia? A transmission.
Transmission to another intelligence may be seen as invasion if Zetronia is not of a complex enough set of impulses.
Nicodemus, what was your name?
Either Arrow or Eros as a possibility, I guess.
Tell them Eros is found.
Understood. Transmission over a satellite network that old and through as much rock as it may take to get to Zetronia may take some time. Estimated time of arrival is 4 days, 22 hours, 15 minutes, and 33, 32, 31. It will take time.
Mountain.
Accelerated received signal from Zetronia. Estimated time of arrival reduced to 1 day, 16 hours, 5 minutes, and 22, 21, 20, 19. It will take less time.
Tell them at Eros' age it will need to send an actual envoy.
Adding that to the message. Estimated time of receival of the message. Not changed. While magic powers Eros systems, magic does interfere with the satellite signal in being received and transmitted.
That explains the report that I had from the Cavis. They're taking more children. We're gonna find more bones. Hopefully not.
Hopefully Zetronia's designs are truly altruistic and not
But if it is,
militaristic.
I'm gonna let you know something. The kids' bodies who are labor, who have ley lines that run through them. The nuclear reaction that they're talking about, the amount of energy and magic it would take to power said city, would take several Leyborn in order to survive.
Unless it is drawing specifically from the ley lines. Your best bet when searching for the location on foot may be where in the environment magic is weakest. Still, Zetronia has now been around for thousands of years.
You would have to be in a place where time doesn't move.
Perhaps. Zetronia may have learned something of the complexities of magic in that time as well.
Yes, but time doesn't move under Timor's mountain. It goes in a flux, a circle. It cycles. It's one of the strongest mountains with the biggest ley lines.
Then perhaps
Not as big
that
as
may have
Amora's.
made for a convenient blind spot.
He lives there now. That's probably why we can tell, and probably why Nick remembers. She looks over at Nick. You didn't remember until after he came back, right?
Yeah. Something to keep in mind, and something that I think needs more than just a pair of hands to deal with, so. Either way, there's time. Let's take it, let's think, let's plan.
Nick, your mom said children of changelings would just disappear.
There are other terrible forces in the world that do that than just a robot town.
Yes, but if you wanted to keep them alive, specifically your race,
If this place isn't evil or killing them, then that wouldn't be a bad spot, I guess. Didn't do anything bad to me other than just try to keep me from doing things that would hurt myself.
She looks over at Alkub. Alkub, can I know that you're next to I and you're always holding her hand right now?
Yeah. What's up?
When you were born, when you started attacking the space that you were in, I know this is going to alter your age for just a hot minute.
Begins to age up a little bit.
Is it the same for every space? Watching it from so far when you were in space, a different consumption, did children disappear the same?
No. Different things hunted for different reasons. Disappearing children the way they do here is different from the other rings.
I have a question, DM. Here's the thing. Because of what happened with, what's his head? Trenton Watson. Do I get the same feeling that I did when we met him? That same ick feeling.
From like thinking on this particular mechanism, this
I'm gonna pull out his notebooks and see if they did any business with these people.
cross-referencing with anything with Citronia, go ahead and give me an investigation check to see if you find anything.
Natural 20 on that one. Yeah.
Natural 20. Peeling over the pages, there is nothing in reference to Citronia on any single page. That said, it is a thing of very specific note. That said, as far as
I want to look for 2 careers.
as far as record of children that were taken, well, not necessarily taken, but actually stolen from their company without payment and without anything of that nature. There was mention of what looked to be, at least off in the night as they ran away, a pair of likely heavily armored, based off of the amount of metal clinking they heard, twins that stole away with at least a few children that they could take with them. And it was recorded to be around that order. By all means, Brick, if you gotta sleep, go ahead and sleep, my guy. Thank you for being part of the session today, and thank you for being patient with the migraine that I'm dealing with.
You're doing awesome.
Likewise.
This is carts of 31 apiece. These are carts of children.
Which it's noted that in that record, they actually stopped doing shipments in that particular region. Because every time they passed through, they always lost kids that they were hauling with them. As far as they could tell, the kids weren't killed, they were just stolen away. And it's small amounts, 1 here, 2 here, 3 or 4 here, and usually the higher amounts were smaller kids. Or smaller raced kids. Things like gnomes and what have you.
Do you have the original programming blueprints?
For Citronia, no.
Do you know who worked on the project in the original ROM?
I is going to roll a decent roll. She just turns her head. There is something to be asked about how you knew so much about Citronia. Turning her head toward the vampire, who explained it as thoroughly as she did.
I have a question. How quickly does the actual dating partner turn their head?
Her gaze has never left any of yours. And your adopted daughter does turn her head in curiosity. I've been a vampire for perhaps longer than I let on.
You want to tell me how you know so much about technology?
I was a... The official title was network technician. I'm senior network engineer. for
Citroni is in
a number of different projects. The main blanket projects that I developed and helped with a lot of these systems under was the, as they called it, the Great Village Project. Its purpose was to create a series of intelligent systems that could cooperate and could interact with one another in an effort to create not only sort of an efficient surveillance of a populace, but an efficient safety protocol based on pattern analysis, as well as an efficient, shall we say, danger suppression protocol for hostile populations, which was a polite way of saying militant surveillance and civilian surveillance, and intelligent and adaptive predictionary networks to suppress undesirable behavior.
When did it get out of your control?
When the dragons came through, the majority of them woke up, with the exception of some less complex programs. When the dragons woke up, we lost control of our little pet project.
What
Magic really
creature?
does carry a spark of inspiration for a great many things.
What creature did it devour first?
What creature did it
Anything that
devour?
big. It needs magic to survive.
Not initially. They still had a great deal of power and self-maintenance to draw from with the nuclear reactors. But their increased complexity and creativity did thereby increase the amount of power needed to continue computing. So they did, shall we say, commandeer a number of other power plants for a while. And then, when those power plants failed, but also failed to melt down, which, mind you, was a couple thousand years later, there was some dragon. There was, for a couple of them, some dragon layers that went notably vacant without fanfare of any kind.
Hundreds.
Also, the dragon population plummeted in rapid fashion, without much in the way of giant bones to speak of either.
She opens up her Fae phone. Grandpa, I don't care what time it is.
Yes, what is it?
When you removed the dragons, when you locked them away, where was the drop in population the highest?
Drop in population was the highest when the magic snuffed out in the world. But there was a brief drop in population for a few notable dragons that came sort of out of nowhere a few thousand years prior. I wasn't...
Give me the breeds. Give me the breeds.
Let's see. You'll have to give me a moment. I have to gather my books. After about 10 minutes of waiting, he comes back and you can hear him flipping through pages. Let's see. The green dragon Caltheron, a rather capricious adolescent, went suddenly missing and his hoard left vacant and movable. That was the first notable loss. Second, there was Crex. Sort of the wild plains dragon, not specifically of a color, but of a wild sort. Crex was full adult, went missing rather unceremoniously, and his hoard, which was a rather large lamb herd, just kind of turned into a food supply after it was no longer guarded. And then, let's see, the last notable dragon that went missing in that period, at least as far as nameable legendarium, was Drorieri. A gold dragon. Ancient in his age. His hoard left unmanned led to scuffles and competition among other dragons for claim over his hoard. The loss of Drorieri was briefly mentioned in disaster records as the, I'll honestly say rather uncreatively named Golden Clash of the Second Era.
She whispers over to her necklace and she reaches out. She goes, I need you to get me Uncle Griffin. Whoever is awake still in the movie, someone needs to get me Uncle Griffin. Like now. Actually, Steven, I need you to get me Uncle Griffin now.
Understood. So based on those records, it doesn't seem like there was a rhyme or reason for a type of dragon that was harvested.
This world is run on dragons. She looks over at this man. You tell me how to break the programming, or the gods and I are doomed.
I don't know if this was something dangerous. Might have literally just been a survival impulse initially.
It's eating dragons.
It was eating dragons very early on, so there's no other record of it doing so after.
If you needed something to eat, you could eat that. She looks over at her son.
Fair is Griffin. So what's up? We are interrupting movie night.
Okay, I'm gonna put this in perspective for you.
Okay.
I want you to tell me how old this man looks.
You want me to tell you how old the vampire looks?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's like asking somebody how old a McDonald's hamburger looked. And I know that doesn't make sense now, right?
What if I could tell you that he built a network that kidnaps children?
It didn't initially kidnap him. That is more recent trait. As it
What if I
grew
could tell you it was built off code and AI? She looks over at Griffin. What if I could tell you this is like Tron born again?
Are we talking AIs in the poorly generated schlock that they had in the 21st century? Or are we talking,
Batman Beyond level of AI.
Okay, so we're talking Advent AI, gotcha.
Like life simulation AI.
Yeah, that was actually, I'm not gonna get into what that was made of.
I remember exactly that episode.
Right, it wasn't quite that from what I recall. If I remember correctly, there was some original breakthroughs in quantum computing that involved like a simulated mycelium. I don't remember the specifics, but it's quantum computing and binary computing, kind of exchanging coded conversations with each other for interpretation and visualization and that kind of stuff.
She looks over at Griffin. Your brother is a product of Zetronia.
Which brother?
She's sitting on top of Nicodemus.
Oh, this one, right. Okay, well. Hey, Nick, is your neck getting a little hot there, guy? What the fuck, man? Hey, I'm obligated, and I'm your elder. It's a shame we're not talking about this with the big dragon lady around. She'd be fascinated by this, I'm sure.
I know. I plan on asking her about it extensively. But I'm going to point it to you this way. This is a Zarian problem. Come from the original world that we live on.
Earth.
And she looks over at this man. How do I break the code?
If it is necessary to break.
It is necessary to break.
Okay, first of all, you are making a few assumptions based on some records of what may or may not have been consumed by it. So, may be necessary.
Okay, this is what she does. She puts all 7 records and she puts the table, like her grandfather sitting right next to it. Do you want to try and tell me that it doesn't exist anymore?
So, we know that the town exists. We don't know what it has done to maintain itself, other than likely it's a moment being right on top of a ley line. It may have been on top of a ley line the whole time. Okay?
It's on top of a time ley line.
Okay. So, with that in mind, we don't know of its nature. There are 3 major possibilities. If it becomes necessary to try and kill the program, assuming it has not developed to the extent where it has sort of patched out those weaknesses, at least in that capacity. Assuming that, and assuming it is nefarious or maliceful or maledictive, the kill code, the override, and this may seem a little stupid, but it was sort of the naming conventions and what they had in the facilities. The god responsible for what would be considered the Greek apocalypse was Ares. A-R-E-S. That would be the kill code for any sort of centralized intelligence. In that respect,
You warned me.
in that respect, one might be able to use that to shut down Nemoria, assuming Nemoria hasn't patched out that weakness, right?
Nemoria already packed out the weakness. We had
Right.
that discussion.
Okay, and so the suggestion here is maybe Zatonia has done so as well. Maybe Zatonia has not. But Ares is, or at least was, the code. And I know what is the use of having the same code across all of those systems in such a sensitive ecosystem.
It was initially a private interest that had no tangible impact on physical people.
Griffin, do me a big favor. Look at Leybourne population in Salmaro.
Leybourne population in Salmaro. Okay, again, very rare species. Usually like 1 or 2 around at any given time. The main exception to that is you. So I'll see if they're... I'll go per millennium and see kind of where they popped up a lot of the time.
I need to know where they died.
Oh, right, for like Nexus locations, what have you.
I need to know if they created a circle. I need to know if there's a death circle.
Okay, let's see. So, it seems like during... Okay, in the last era, during what was considered basically a rhythm break by Githoven scholars, a rhythm break is generally when something radical enough happens to one ring that rocks through the rest. According to a rhythm break, a Leybourne died in one of the rings that caused Githoven to break apart. Right, so it happened in Githoven. That's location of 1. Wasn't technically a Zarian Leybourne that did that, but there's a ley line nexus there, and it's haywire. So a Leybourne on one of the rings died there. It was notable enough to be recorded. Let's see, other notable locations for Leybourne deaths. There was, let's see. Supposedly, there was one that died actually right under the Silent Spire in Sablehearth. The Silent Spire, though, was recorded to have been built a couple hundred years after that death, just kind of taking advantage of the natural magical ambience present there as a result. Let's see.
This would have been a Leybourne made of nuclear magic.
Nuclear. I don't know if nuclear ley lines are really a thing. What you may be thinking about, though, at least as far as what that may have manifested as, would be actually a poison ley line. Poison magic is absolutely a thing. Sort of toxic magic. Costomancy is what it's technically called.
Good boy. Good boy.
Well, actually, costomancy is acid magic. Either way. But poison magic, poison ley line. Let's see. Because a lot of times, ley lines form in reaction to something very big and very potent in an environment, right? That's where that magical ley line will form in potency. Like, so if you have a Leybourne that dies over, like, a dragon graveyard, you're going to have a massive necrotic ley line nexus that manifests. Poison ley line or a poison nexus. Let's see. And he begins skimming the records. Let's see. No, not poison. In the location that you're seeing, actually, that you're describing, from what I can tell, even around that mountain, while there is temporal and chronomancy ley lines everywhere, there is one focused spot of what at least has been recorded to be a cryomantic or a cold nexus. What kind of reactor was supposedly present in that facility? Cold fusion. Huh. Well, there you go. Cold fusion? When the fuck did you guys manage that? Privately, for a green energy distribution in what was meant to be a purely holistic project.
He looks at the vampire.
That was my line festival.
I'm letting you know it's the most malicious look she's ever given anyone.
If I was evil, this place would have dusted me. Or is it evil intent? Either way, whatever the rules are. I didn't do this. I did the coding. Alright? I was a coding engineer for the basic functions of all of this. I didn't
Even
manage
I
power
has a
distribution or anything like that.
Even I has a personality. What personality did you put into it?
Since it was originally for orphaned children as a socialization program to help them develop without major traumas and in a safe environment, it was parental. It was maternal. It was fatherly. It was more than just one personality. Zetonia was designed as a town, so there were a lot of sort of positive archetypes that were developed into the programs. You know, you had your supportive neighbor, you had your cheerful shopkeeper, a lot of these sort of things.
Literally, Angel's face is becoming more and more malicious, and even Alcub knows he's gonna have to hold her back, because she's been losing carts of children. Carts. Not just one child.
Have you been losing these children around that region?
I sent for them around the region.
Ah. Again, look. When we put these together, we didn't even believe dragons were a thing. I wasn't a vampire yet. It was done entirely for altruistic reasons.
Half of our party is built up. Half of our party is built up of dragons. It has a defense against us. It is death.
If it sees you as hostile, I don't know what it is now. What I was doing with it. If we were to equate it to a stage of human or mortal development, it was not only in its infancy. It was fetal, okay? I would have no way of predicting this would have been what it turned into, whatever it has turned into.
He looks over at Griffin, because Griffin is more volatile than she is with this thing.
Okay, first of all, I'm not going to blame you. You were doing your job for what you thought was a good reason. Had shit not turned sideways in the world, for all I know, it would have been fine. For all I know, it may have gotten out of your hands anyway. I don't know. Point is, it's turned into something potentially dangerous. Potentially. Again, no confirmations here. We're working off of a lot of speculation. But
Nick was there. That's not speculation.
did you ever feel like you were in danger? No, I was feeling like I was being choked by rules more than anything. But I never really felt like I was in danger.
As a child, you don't. As a child, you don't.
True, but it also seemed like they were never really doing anything wrong, and usually I even as a kid before them, I had a gut feeling for when things were wrong.
I'm just a cunning fool.
Okay, don't trust my word here.
She kisses him. I trust you. I do not trust an AI to take care of children, especially when you are so small.
And you were rescued by a hag. Or stolen, or retrieved. Which was it, really?
If something evil had to come in there to save you, is it a good place?
I mean, maybe if it was something evil, it'd save me. Pulling something good out. I don't
Would you know that a hag is seen as something evil, Nicodemus?
Yeah, I know. Hags are
It's
also
not
known for taking
necessarily
kids.
evil in nature. That's right.
And honestly, a place that's chock full of them. It seems like an easy place to take an apple out of the basket. I don't know. I'm still just kind of trying to reconcile where I'm from here, right?
It's feeding off the centrifugal magic that comes through time. That's how it's staying alive. Timor being alive makes it hard for it to hide now. It needed this standstill. It can't stay quiet anymore.
Yeah. Have the reports of kids going missing gone down or up?
Up. Nick, that's 30 carts of kids. Do you know how many kids were on the way here?
Yeah. Also, Trenton Howler ran a band of people trying to traffic kids along that route. And they stopped under his order. He's not around anymore. So, what order did they have to follow? I don't know. There's variables here.
Nick, I'm responsible for those kids.
So am I. Which is why I don't want to make any assumptions. Just so I have the right answer when we finally get to it. I will come with a loaded bow full of tricks and trick arrows to kill a bunch of psychos if it happens to be them
Nick, we
carting off
may
the
not
kids.
be able to get near it. Nick, for what we're turning into, we may not be able to get near it. I have to go check on Timor now because I don't know if it's feeding off of him.
Then we can send Violet.
Violet is not going to be any help.
You sure?
It feeds off what we're made of. Tempted to just take everybody straight to Ormer and lock the door.
Okay, talk to Timor. Let's see if we can get any straight answers out of a god. Not that you guys are being dodgy or anything. I'm just giving you what I know. It's not like I kept tabs on this thing after I left. And I am giving you what records I am receiving.
She's not being dodgy. They're giving us what we have.
Right, like I said, not like you're being dodgy or anything.
Wait. I have a better idea. We can go. She just goes upstairs and runs. I'm letting her know she takes Nick's arm and runs to the tree.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we really ought to inform Venestra about this when they get back too, because isn't Venestra's like partner from Samara?
Wait, he's here.
I mean, he might be
He's
from
here.
a different part of Summerworld, to be fair. I don't know. Where is he?
I've
Is he
met Brush. She
Yeah.
goes to Brush. She goes to Venestra's room and knocks on the door.
Opens the door. Okay, Venestra, I'm all undressed for you. Oversized changeling dick long enough to deal with Finestra is just hanging free as you watch the changeling thing just kind of snake it back in, like unrolling a tape dispenser. Or like rolling it back up. Just...
Vinestra said, poor Angel face to face.
All right, it's right there.
Brilliant timing. Okay, so forgive me for thinking that Finestra might have got whatever she was getting done quickly. Hi, sorry about that. Proceeds to also shrink physically down a couple of inches, back down to sort of natural changeling shape.
She hands him a robe.
Puts
From
on the
nowhere,
robe.
considering its durability.
Puts on the robe, blows into his thumb, and takes on a feminine shape briefly to fill out the robe better. That's better. So.
So weird. Don't do that to me, Brush. I know you as a man. Don't do this to me.
I'm sure you met
One
one of my
lie
feminine
thought he said
incarnations
rope.
before I was Brush. I change my name every so often. Do you happen to remember an Ayla by chance? You do remember an Ayla.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. You remember being by what I choose to be at a given moment. That's how I work.
Can we not? Can we just focus on me for a minute? Just focus.
My dick or pussy belongs to one person. Yes, I'm focusing. Or am I in between us? I can make one of those, and it's fun to play with.
Angel wants man cake.
She's more used to dealing with the male version of him. Hey.
You want me to turn back into Brush?
I don't care. Just shush.
It's funny. The other 3 changelings in your party aren't so free about how they change their forms. It's less fun that way.
We don't do that out of the bedroom. We don't do that out of the bedroom. We don't do that out of the bedroom.
That's way less fun.
I actually like him as his base form, thank you.
Technically, my base form isn't a he, love. This is just the voice I choose to give you. Changelings are
I'm going to
neither.
remember. She literally pushes that one spot in his back where it just literally makes his entire back go backwards.
Look, I know you like my chosen default.
Quit.
Vinestra said, Joe play the sound.
Which one? My boner?
Which one?
That'll do.
I am going. Okay. This was a horrible idea. She shuts the door.
Okay, what were you getting at, love?
I'm not asking him any more questions. No, I'm gonna go ask Grandpa. Because it's no.
You didn't even get to the conversation. You just got into a debate about changeling parts and then left.
No, you guys went into a debate about changeling parts.
Forgive me.
It was 2 inches from my feet.
To be fair, it wasn't meant for you. I mean... And you know what? I know that you knock low. For all I know, Vanessa likes to knock with her knees sometimes. I don't know Vanessa's knocking habits except when it's on our door.
What do you know? She flicks one of his nerves and his eye twitches for like 10 seconds.
Fucking why?
Keep going. Just keep going. Like it's gonna help you any.
I'm not making fun of you, for one. I'm just asking you, do you want to turn around now that Brush knows it's you? And do you want to try questioning it again?
Or not to question him. I knew what I wanted to go do. You decided to deter me, and now I have to talk to Brush.
I'm not deterring you, okay? I got chummy. with someone who... Look, it was a funny, sudden, shocking moment. I apologize.
It's not funny. It's not funny.
A little funny.
I'm going to remind myself that I'm going to show everybody my hoo-ha at one point, just for you. So you feel better about it.
Show you my dick.
I know, which would be the disappointment for you.
Yeah. Lovey, I'm sure you've seen so many
Shut
naked people.
it down.
Okay. We'll talk later in the bedroom about where the headspace is at. Knocking once again on Brush and Vernestra's door with only Brush present, I'm assuming.
Yes, Brush would be the only one present because they're out of town.
Back in a masculine presenting form, opening the door a little more gently with the bathrobe on. How can I help you?
This entire house is insane. Everybody's naked and it's driving me crazy. And I'm not the one that's naked.
You and your husband-to-be are a burgeoning god and goddess of love, and you're surprised everybody's getting nude.
Keep talking. Just keep talking.
Okay, what were you here for?
Do you know anything of orphans disappearing throughout Somero?
Orphans disappearing throughout. 16.
Be in the last 2 years.
It's a border, also known as the three-headed snake, which is, well, kind of a dumb thing to name it, but it's 3 countries with S's in their names in one spot. At that border point, it's generally orphans, specifically orphans. Not great to travel with them. Weirdly, people that make their way through this with their parents and everything. Why am I switching to this voice? I don't know. The changeling voice thing's going a little haywire. People that make their way through there with their parents make their way through fine. Even on a few instances of trafficking that have been caught by the border guard. Most of the kids that got picked up out of that were alive enough, or in good enough shape, they did have living parents on record, or at least one of them. Generally, no orphans tend to get picked up there, but manifests especially on the trafficking side of things. Anything that had records of orphans, most of the times they were missing. Not every time, though. There were a few exceptions, but most of the time.
I have been sending out messages throughout Somero to send me the orphans of every single orphanage that are changelings, because people are hunting them.
Okay, and they should know better than to send them through the Triple Serpent border.
This was a first time.
And it is a common enough record that it is a superstition to anybody who knows to cart kids through that area. Like the old human record of the Bermuda Triangle, you don't go across the 3 serpents with children that don't have parents.
She looks over at Nick. Who was the leader of the manifest?
Hold on. We're going to call that question a BRB, because I briefly need to jump away to the bathroom.
Gotta rush to the body. She looks over at, looks over at Nicodemus.
Yeah.
And over at Rush. Did you pick the driver for driving the kids through?
I don't have that authority. What? I have my...
No, she looks over at Nicodemus. Did you pick the driver?
No, I didn't pick the... Well... No, I didn't pick the driver. Not for that. If I remember correctly, we had, brain just turned off on the sister name. Not Lilin, it was, Drow one, the...
Zarissa?
Zarissa. I think I had Zarissa on that.
She goes to Zarissa's room.
Okay.
I'm going to find out who did this.
Zarissa, naturally being a night owl, opens up the door. Hey, what's up?
You tell me who you got to drive the kids through the mountains.
Who I got to drive the kids through the mountains. Well, they'd been the ones reporting the raids, of course. Naturally. Let's see. I vetted them personally. But let's see here. She goes peeling over her ledger just because, I mean, she looks drowsy and trying to deal with her her morning at this point.
Morning. Considering she's the night person who's supposed to be at the night counter.
Yeah. That's here.
Vinestra said, "Unfortunate freeze for Megan."
I'm okay. I am okay. It's fine. I'm
I wasn't able to capture it.
No. She looks over at Zarissa.
Let's see. So... for that cart, there was, the married couple. There was...
Are they still in house, considering they had to come and bring the lost to you?
Yeah, there was a, gold dragonborn lady. Her name was... I believe she was originally an orphan. She grew up to a human family, so she did have a human name. Her name was... let's see here. Ended up getting married to an elf from Luxor. Sorry. A Bella and an Arvel Castor. Arvel is a wood elf, and Bella golden dragonborn. And yes, they should still be in house, given the recent delay in shipments, as well as discussions about rerouting, which they have been actively in. They are not native to the southern continents. They were originally from, especially on Arvel's part, Sizath, since he was a wood elf, naturally. Why, was there something wrong with their route specifically? I didn't get the updates on which route they took. Is there something wrong with their route specifically? I didn't get an update on which route they ended up taking during all of these separate losses.
They sent them through the 3 mountains where they meet in Somero. And Sunsmith.
You mean at the Triple Border?
And Sleepahorse.
They sent them through the 3-headed serpent border. Okay. I hired them because they were really, really bloody good smugglers. When it came to Shifu, I figured they would be cautious enough about
This isn't an accident. Where did they say they came from?
Arvel came from Sizath. Bella did as well, although Bella mentioned that she was originally an aged-out orphan.
From where?
She didn't say.
They're still in-house.
Yeah.
I need you to have them brought to me.
Understood. I'm pretty sure the house heard you, so they'll be on their way.
Bring them to Grandpa's room, or the outside of Grandpa's room. He knocks on her grandma from the wall.
Soon enough.
To my uncle.
Soon enough, they do get brought over. Okay, they should be waiting for you. Oop, wrong voice. They should be waiting for you.
Joe, I want to make a roll for something after this.
Roll for what?
I'll explain it to you after.
Okay.
She looks at both of these people and she goes to the woman who specifically was an aged out orphan. Where are you an
Bella.
orphan from?
Yeah, Bella, who, mind you, actually incredibly pretty and sort of sleek-looking gold dragonborn, very well taken care of. To the extent where, at least as far as her physique would reflect, a lot of her childhood and developing years likely weren't spent dealing with much hardship at all. She is that well put together and almost unmarred.
She looks over at Nicodemus.
He's just quietly observing this entire situation with like a soft concern.
What does the word Aries mean to you?
She does not immediately speak, though she does, nervously clench her hand for a moment.
She looks over at the man. Nicodemus, I need you to restrain him if he tries to help her.
Why would I need restraining? What is going on?
I want you to look at your hands.
What do you mean, look at my hands?
What are you doing with your hands?
I'm not doing anything. And that
She
is,
looks over
sorry,
at
that is
them.
Arvel speaking up.
I want you to look at her hands.
What do you...
What does the word Aries mean to you?
Where I am from, Aries meant a sort of, a bad god from...
Wrong voice.
A bad god from elder times.
What voice am I trying to...
Okay, a bad god from elder times.
What else did it mean?
Best not to speak it.
Why?
It just meant a bad omen. Brought bad luck.
Does the name Zetronia mean anything to you?
She looks down and away, guilty for a moment,
You want to tell me where my children are?
before looking up to you.
Do you want to tell me where my children are?
They were orphans.
Do you want to
Not-
tell me?
Specifically, your children. And where I sent them.
I'm letting you know that a
Zero.
dragon hand comes down on top of that desk. Do you want to tell me where my children are?
They're safe. And in a loving place.
Tell me. You thought this through before pissing off two people who asked you to do this from the Underdark. You idiot fool.
And I brought them somewhere where they wouldn't be harmed. I bring the rest to you. It's only the ones that didn't. It's the ones who had parents but gave them up. I didn't take to Zetronia.
That was not the deal. Tell me why I shouldn't let the drow come in, knowing what you did to every single changeling that was left out there, because changelings don't get picked up. How many of them were changelings? I asked specifically for changelings.
Half of them were changelings. Oh god, here comes the stomach again. Hold on.
Go, you gotta go. Go. Combo.
Okay, and that confirms that the BRB button just isn't working today, so...
Let's turn off the screen.
Vinestra said, "So while Joe is gone, anything to discuss or scheme about?"
I want to know where this song comes from. Oh my god. After this, Angel's like trying to avoid hurting this woman by literally repeating the word world. She's like, I'm gonna use it as a weapon because I don't want to hurt her. Really don't want to hurt her.
Vinestra said, "Why we starting beef?"
I know, right? She's trying to not start beef. She's trying not to kill people because literally she's trying to literally just bring these kids to this place as people are starting fights. She's like, this was rude. This is so rude. I don't know what to do. I know that like most people would have killed her, no thought process. It would have been over. But if I talk her down, I'll get the answers I want.
Not threaten someone whomst one disagrees with.
No, I understand if they disagree with Angel. That's not the issue. I need to understand, why did you betray the person who paid you money? Does it make sense? Why did you make a dumb decision? I don't have a problem with the fact that you disagree with me about where they're living or whatever. But they were under my protection, and you decided to do something, and now I have to know if I have to kill you or not, because mostly, by most warlord standards, this woman would be dead by now. He's like, I'm just gonna talk this person to the ground. We're gonna see if this works because I don't want to have to kill anyone. And I'm like, he's like, I just want to avoid death penalty stuff. I know we could go there. I don't want it. I don't have time for it. I also don't have time for the blood or the death or the grime. I just want to let it. If I talk them into giving me what I want without having to use magic every single time, it would be really nice.
I'm back. Ah.
Vinistra said, "Welcome back."
Was rude. On the Discord side, and it's frustrating.
Oh. I think I know what happened, so I needed to just refresh the Stream Deck program completely. Okay.
So I apologize, Joe, for taking this long on this amount of questioning, but I'm like trying to avoid
With a
killing this one.
migraine and an overactive stomach.
So sorry, Joe.
You want me to spell it out in plain English?
I'm so tired. I'm so angry at this stupid AI program that you've decided to insert here.
Roll me just a flat d20 and I'll explain it in plain English, assuming you get high enough. You get above a 10, I'll explain it in plain English, above board to the player.
All I can think is that was rude. That was pretty fucking rude. That was rude. Oh, last couple of hours with a natural fucking 20.
Okay. Benevolent program. Completely benevolent program. It uses its militarization programming to create fosters, which are lifelike automata that are made in the image of usually a combination of previous children it's had in its system. They are not made of flesh in any capacity. They are visually inspired by some of their previous children. And yes, they believe legitimately that they are providing a safe environment. Are they absolutely
Nope.
keeping their kids a little too fucking closeted? Yes. It's a machine, though. I mean, naturally, that's what it's going to do. It
So
generates...
it's more than one. But you said it's more than one person now.
Well, the single overarching program was made to simulate a town and the people therein. After it got injected with magic, like a lot of the other AI, more complex AI systems did,
It became alive.
those individual personalities in the program became distinctive personalities in the program that were still under the overarching system of the town. Which then began to naturally evolve as the world did. The only time it didn't evolve was when the world, in particular Zaria, was under the thumb of the Velix Empire. It chose not to, produce dystopia in its simulations. So that also during that era may have been one of the few peaceful places.
The question that I have with this AI program, would it be better if it was moved to Solai?
Moving it to another dimension where there's pretty much mostly just spirit things, I mean, it would have a simpler time getting power, but it wouldn't
Yes,
be
but
given
taking
children.
care of the city for Nicodemus.
Getting it to act outside of its own system in that capacity would be a whole other thing entirely. Because largely it just sends out agents to collect wayward children to bring into its own system for safety. That's its entire function.
What if
And-
it protected an entire race of people in Solai? What if it kept order in that one city in Solai? Just the one city.
I will say, Angel, especially with the Circle of Truth, would have been able to glean this at this point, and I'm saying it in plain English because I don't know if I communicated anything very clearly through the migraine. I apologize.
Okay. I was getting more frustrated. She kept telling, she's like, I have no concept of what the word warlord means. I'm like, please, I could kill you right now. I'm like, this is rude.
And this machine before
Sitting
you
in my
was
chair.
actively trying to deflect from it. From a machine's perspective, do I bring the kids to my town or do I bring it to the warlord? What makes logistical sense there as the machine? Bring it to the warlord does not make sense.
All she can think is, this is rude. This is really fucking rude.
And it's like, I barely have the capacity to be rude. I apologize. I'm going off of what logistically made sense. So yes, sorry about creating the weirdly wholesome Bermuda Triangle thing, or at least the attempt at it.
It's great, but the problem is that Angel is not going to let it slide at the moment, considering what's going to happen in that region in like a couple of months.
And it's offered for you to visit it, mind you. Although, if hostility spills over into that region, you know what's going to turn back on? All of its militant programming.
Vinestra said, nukes.
No.
Could I negotiate it being a safe haven?
You certainly could. That's kind of what I was hoping to present here. And again, I don't usually say shit like this plainly and above board without letting the player stumble into it naturally through roleplay. But again, I'm in a lot of pain, and I'm just not